Good afternoon, good evening, or very, very early in the morning as it is here in Germany, but quite late in the evening on the east coast of the US where Steve is. I'm really pleased to have you once again, by the way.
No, thanks for having me back, John. Always enjoy our discussions. And here we are in the latter stages of a major once more.
Once again, exactly. Before I get into the nitty-gritty of the two men's singles semi-finals, how have you sort of viewed this tournament as a whole? There's been a few criticisms about scheduling and 3 a.m. finishes and the crowd, of course, being quite feisty, Steve. I don't know how much experience you have of the French Open in particular. I know you've been to the other three slams quite a bit, and I think you've done the French Open a few times, right?
Oh, more than a few. I was there for 38 years in a row on site.
Oh, okay.
From the early 80s up through 2019. And I went to three of them in the early 70s as well, when I was breaking in, sort of transitioning from fan to reporter. No, I know exactly. You put your finger on it. The crowds, they are the least inhibited crowds. I mean, the Australian fans, I think, are largely positive, and it's called the Happy Slam with good reason. The New York crowds, they get animated, but I don't think I've seen anything quite like the French crowds in terms of letting their feelings be known. Sometimes with some negativity, but they're unique, I would say, in that regard.
Yeah. So I don't know if you have any thoughts on some of the things that, I mean, there was the alcohol ban. Do you think that they went a bit too far with that, or do you think it was necessary given what was going on?
Sorry, I didn't understand you on that one.
No problem. I'll repeat, Steve. Yeah, I mean, obviously there was the alcohol ban introduced and a lot of criticism this year of the crowd. Do you think the crowd went too far, or do you think we should just accept that that's a part of tennis?
Well, I tend to think the crowds can go a bit too far, so I don't have a big problem with that ban, and it's I've seen them go overboard enough times in my experiences from having been there 3 times in the 70s and then again from 82 on. I know they can be intolerant, let's put it that way. So I don't have a big problem with that. As far as the scheduling, I thought that was, I never could understand if you're going to start night sessions at 8:15 or 8:30, depending. It's already quite late for a starting time for a night session. Then you throw in the case of the Djokovic match against Musetti, you throw in the completion of the Dimitrov match. I know they were in a bind. I sympathize with all that. The rain really made it tricky to stay on course in the singles. I get all that. But I just thought that you were almost guaranteeing that the Djokovic match would start ridiculously late, which it did, around 10:40 p.m. and finishing at 3:07 or 3:08 a.m. I really think that could have been avoided. I don't think players should have to be wrapping up. Ideally, I mean, I know it's happened in Australia, and we've had some very late finishes at the U.S. Open, sometimes unavoidable. But I feel like that particular instance, I got to believe there's a way they could have finished Dimitrov somewhere else. I just didn't get it. When you have an 8:15 or 8:30 starting time, don't put another one on there, particularly a men's match, and that's my take on that particular situation.
Fair enough. All right, let's get into the men's semi-finals. We're going to begin with Alcaraz against Sinner. I think it'll probably be the first one on Friday, given that it was obviously a couple of days ago when it took place, and so it has a bit more time, or they've had a bit more time to rest. Are you surprised that both of these players made it this far? Because there were doubts swirling in terms of injuries regarding the pair.
Yeah, good point.
Ready? Play.
Are you okay to bring you forward, Damien? I think that's a yes.
Yeah, I said and I was expecting you to hear, even though you couldn't hear.
Okay. I've been caught on the hop slightly myself. For some reason, I thought this was a 3 o'clock start. There we go. It is 2:30 local time. I'm just going to switch my microphone on because I think it's off, although I know you can hear me through the regular one. Something I was going to say, of course, for those tuned in, and your battery?
No. What's your plan for this? Like, are you going to be sitting here or?
Yeah, I think so. I think I would like to have a shower at some point and maybe even get a beer later on. But yeah, why? Because your stream is going to be a few seconds ahead of mine.
I wish I knew that earlier. That gives me a few issues, basically.
I mean, if you would rather be on your own, I can probably let you be.
That's not it. Basically, if you're here, I would probably switch to the phone. However, I think I can now charge my phone, and in the meantime, I will try to do something about the fan.
Gotcha.
I will also have to boost up my volume now.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah,
I probably didn't make it
I was
clear.
expecting it by myself, and yeah, it's a different setup right now because of all that BS with my.
If I dip in and out, is that a problem? Because I do want to have a shower and I do want to get a beer at some point.
I don't know. I really don't know what to tell you right now. Let's see how it works. I mean, for now, it's there, even though I took out the charger. But I'm also watching the stream, and you can actually hear the stream. And now you can't anymore. But yeah, let's just watch and see.
All right, let's do that. Well, Alcaraz has won the first point after an unforced error from Jannik Sinner. In fact, it was a fairly uninspiring point, and we're obviously hoping to see a few more inspiring ones today. This day in the tennis calendar for me is just one etched in my memory for so many reasons. I mean, of course, you might look at Grand Slam finals, but I'm just thinking this time last year, the anticipation even greater than today. Is it funny enough, Alcaraz Sinner, probably the anticipation was a bit different when Sinner wasn't so impressive in a way. It was like, oh wow, we're getting this matchup. Whereas I know the anticipation is obviously there today, but a year ago, I just remember that vibe that we were getting before Djokovic Alcaraz that was building and building. And I think it even had an effect on Alcaraz's body in the end that day with how tense he was going onto the court. I think of other semi-finals on the Friday in years gone by. I think of that one with Novak and a lovely passing shot there from Jannik. Novak and Rafa in 2013. 2020 Tsitsipas. I remember 2021. I was just watching some of the people in the seats, watching on the big screen, and I was there in 2021 watching both semi-finals from those seats. You know, the outside the court from sort of the grounds pass, and the excitement and anticipation about both the semi-finals that day, and of course the second one was just epic. Anyway, cool. That's just my thoughts on that. But 15:30 here. I don't know if you want to share any sort of pre-match thoughts, Damien.
Well, I mean, I'm a bit surprised, like that. You know, they're making Alcaraz like a pretty sizable favorite. Not that I necessarily disagree with him having a slight edge, considering what we saw in Indian Wells and stuff. But I don't know. I was just expecting it to be closer, I guess. But yeah, overall, I still feel like we have very little intel on this match, and especially how they will look physically after about 3 hours. Yeah. Both have had some major physical dips this event, and I know these results that they've been putting in, like they don't really suggest that, right? But they actually have, like they actually have, and it's just the fact that they are so dominant over the rest of the field that even with this botched up, you know, preparation period for them, even when they couldn't be, like they couldn't practice, they couldn't play for parts of the clay swing, they are still dominating guys like Tsitsipas or Dimitrov, so top 10 players. And yeah, I mean, it says a lot both about Alcaraz Sinner, but also about the competition not really living up to them. And I don't think they've been pushed to the extent that would really tell us, okay, this guy is ready for 4.5 hours of continuous, just high intensity play, which is what they usually bring to the court. I mean, this, of course, has been a very entertaining matchup, regardless if it was a 5-hour clash like at the US Open or if it was just like a, you know, total domination hour-and-a-half thing. But yeah, that's kind of the uncertainty. In an ideal world where they're both 100%, We saw in Indian Wells that Alcaraz might be able to neutralize that Sinner power, sort of know by now that he can't go blow for blow with Sinner, which I think in the in the past he used to try to do, because, well, he can do it against pretty much any player in the world, but no one can beat Jannik like this at the moment. No one can just go shot for shot and match him. And I just guess Alcaraz should be familiar with this by now. Obviously, Federer
Yeah.
will be familiar with this by now. So I do view him as like a slight favorite, but yeah, it's just a super exciting match either way. It's not quite Alcaraz Djokovic hype from last year, I have to say.
No.
I don't know. Maybe it's just the fact that we've seen Alcaraz and Sinner battle against each other quite a lot already. The 10th match between them, so it's not necessarily, like Alcaraz Djokovic when we were just so hungry for that matchup last year. But
Yeah.
I mean, this is, despite what Infosys tells you, this is the more exciting semifinal today.
Oh yeah, definitely. I saw you tweet about that. There's also a couple of other things that I think, compared to my excitement about this matchup going into maybe their Miami clash last year and other clashes they've had, even the US Open clash, I think there was some build-up going in there, as I see Mira Andreeva watching on. I think there's also that you mentioned their run to the final and the fitness doubts. I think there's a chance that we'll get 5 sets, but we might not reach those heights of the epic points that we saw in New York because of their form and fitness. And also think it's just that you mentioned there's not a lot of intel. And I'm thinking, or at least I'm reading into that it's also because we haven't seen them play 5 sets on clay. We haven't seen them play on clay for 2 years, I think. And that was one of those post Wimbledon clay tournaments from memory, Umag, I think. And so it's a sort of a lack of intel on this surface in these conditions. Plus, Jannik Sinner is a very different player to what he was 2 years ago, and so on and so forth.
I think I'm fine with the surface/conditions intel. I'm not fine with the fitness one because, they just haven't been pushed. And in the moments that they were, so like the third set for Carlos against De Jong, the beginning of the fourth set against Jesper, like Alcaraz was there for the taking there, if only De Jong wasn't also like so tired after the qualifying and the 4-hour match with Draper. And Sinner has had a few weird ones as well. I didn't see the match against Gasquet, but I remember on one of the Last Ball Drops show, I read out a tweet from Gil who was talking about his minor physical crisis at the end of the Gasquet match. But myself, I saw it, against Mute, he was pretty much like on and off a little in terms of the physicality, plus especially against Dimitrov. The last 15 minutes, like it was again just the fact that Dimitrov could not step up to the challenge, but Jannik was there. Like you could actually, at least in that particular set, like I still think Sinner could have won the match because it doesn't mean that until the end of it he would be like so destroyed. But like for 5 or 10 minutes, you could definitely see some cracks there. And it's at the end of a 3-set match. So I kind of see this happening today, that like they're both be going at each other for 3.5 hours. This is one of the most intense matchups in tennis right now. And one of them will probably not be that fit at that point of the match. If it's going to be the guy who leads and leads comfortably, maybe he still gets it done.
The first blow has been struck with Jannik Sinner getting an early break thanks to a pretty uncomfortable looking or very ugly forehand, arguably from the Coco Gauff school of forehands with that. Alcaraz dumping that into the net. So we have got the first blow. I do expect there to be a few breaks today, so it doesn't feel as significant as going break down to Radio Pelco on grass. Yes, I see the Italy Davis Cup captain there. So 1-love Sinner. And I was about to say Alcaraz is going to get out of a bit of a hole here. He was down love 15 and then he was at deuce as well. And he was at game point. And I thought, okay, I think he's going to be okay here. But advantage Sinner already. Just responding to a comment in the chat about the chat I had with Flink. Yeah, both of us, I think, we're leaning Alcaraz. I think there was a poll on Twitter that I just shared as well, 55-45. And that was kind of my thoughts on this. Despite that early breaker serve, I probably feel the same. But Carlos is going to have to wake up pretty soon, or the first set is going to slip away from him already with Sinner up 1-love, 30-love.
Yeah, there were a couple of nasty forehands in the first game. Ferrero said after the most recent Alcaraz match that his forehand is ready 95%. I mean, the entire fortnight, it's definitely been looking a lot better than in Madrid. He hasn't been shying away from it. He hasn't been touching the sleeve every single point. But yeah, this first game, it definitely did lead to his demise a little bit. I'm not saying it was the injury that led to it. It was just forehand errors that led to it.
I also, Jamie, remember that forehand volley into the open court that Rafa put out. Oh, a lovely backhand down the line, and Jannik holds to love. So that's a kind of a chilling addition from Jannik if you're of a Carlos Alcaraz persuasion, just in terms of how comfortable he looked there on his service game. But yes, I do remember that one, Jamie, that tie break, of course, and that set, arguably the most epic set in men's singles tennis history. I don't know if I'm getting carried away by saying that, Damien.
I didn't enjoy it, so.
Well, you don't enjoy that matchup anymore anyway, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't really care about it, simply. What was it, 2022 or
2021?
2021. I'm just thinking what I was doing back then, but I don't know if it was the year. No, it probably wasn't the year when yeah, I don't even remember any, honestly. But yeah, I didn't really care for that much. No. Sorry.
Sinner has just dumped a forehand into the net, Alcaraz-esque, so it's 15 love. So that's good news for Carlos, at least.
He's got this nice point next up when he can also do some damage with the forehand, but he's actually not really doing that. Obviously, one thing to remember about their Indian Wells clash from earlier this year is that Alcaraz actually got kind of blown off the court in the first set as well.
Oh,
and,
yeah, true.
Well, in the second set, also people forget how close it was. I mean, constant breakpoints from Jannik to fight back. There was this one at 5-3 as well when Alcaraz goes for the backhand down the line. Probably not the right shot, but he manages to land it like spot on. Zero margin, and well, it goes in, and from that point onwards, of course, he ends up actually dominating the rest of the match. But it's not really that sort of level of dominance in that particular encounter as some people make it out to be. Although I do, as I said earlier, consider this an important part in my evaluation, let's say, of the chances of both players in this match.
Yeah. Hi, Ashley. And by the way, for those of you in the chat, do hit the like button. Sinner here, 15 all out with Alcaraz. Alcaraz, I thought, was going to go for a drop shot in that previous rally, but elected to continue the rally and end up losing. But he's put a backhand winner away. Just needs to settle a little bit here, and probably getting on the scoreboard might help that. Yeah.
I am also eagerly anticipating the result from the boys singles semifinal, where we might get the first poll in 16 years to make a Grand Slam junior final. But it's still not obvious. However, he is leading by a set.
In Who Mentions Poland First, or John, his book, we have some development there in that Damien wins that particular battle or loses it, depending on your viewpoint.
You very often mention Poland as well.
Oh yeah, but it doesn't matter. You can mention the UK.
Or...
Yeah, I mentioned it yesterday. I think we'd been live, like back on YouTube for about 3 minutes, and the book was squeezed in.
I think wasn't I the first who was back on YouTube?
Oh yeah, so it was when I was on my, or at least when I was at the helm, if you like.
Well, this set can actually start getting away from Alcaraz pretty quickly as Sinner finds this backhand down the line here, which is actually pretty spectacular. And you said that, one break doesn't matter. What are you going to say if it's two?
Oh, two does, yeah. And that's a lovely youngster in that backhand, yeah. Yeah, especially if Sinner can serve well, which he showed that he can in the first service game. 3-love, of course. I mean, I know this is, talking to you here, Damien, but I'm also talking to the wider audience. 3-love on Philippe Chatrier with 2 breaks is not quite the same as Wimbledon.
Well, we will check that out as Jannik Sinner does indeed go 3 games to love up after a forehand shank from Alcaraz. I guess you've already seen it by now.
I have now, yeah. So that's the forehand again that is hurting Alcaraz in terms of him obviously getting broken in the first game after he dumped a fairly, winnable forehand into the net. That was more from neutral, that one that he shanked. And yeah, well, I just hope we aren't underwhelmed by this semi-final. I almost feel if Alcaraz wins it, it could well be pretty dramatic and pretty crazy and recovering from incredible positions. And yet so that was 2022 when they had that US Open match, and that was a slightly different Alcaraz, a slightly different Jannik Sinner, slightly more erratic Jannik Sinner. Whereas now we've got this incredible solidity to him. It still can be spectacular because he does go for the lines. It's not that he doesn't. It's just unerringly accurate, if you like. And so, yeah, we could have a Jannik Sinner win looking quite different today to what it would have looked like 2 years ago in terms of how spectacular it might have been.
Yeah.
I mean, spectacular as in 5 sets, and he blows a couple of match points and then finally gets over the line with some incredible shots in a tiebreak after running all over the court. Whereas today it could be 6-4, 6-3, 6-4, and you're like, oh, well, that didn't quite live up to expectations.
It certainly wouldn't. It certainly wouldn't if that's the case. Either way, you know, a 3-set match here is not going to be satisfying for us. A 3-set match here is going to be a disappointment, but who knows? So far,
if it's 3 tiebreakers and the level is just so high, can we sort of?
think still. I mean, yeah, of course. In like a very 1 in a million scenario, like the level is so unbelievably high that sure, yes, there is a scenario like this, but 99.9, we're not gonna be okay with a 3-set match here.
I had wanted to mention this, but actually Sean has beaten me to the punch. I don't know if you've seen this comment on the screen.
I'll see now.
I mean, I can read it out if you want.
No. Yeah, that's actually true. Yeah. I did shave myself yesterday, and then I decided to go to the hairdressers. It's not for the big match, though. It's just that in about a week, I'll be traveling to Poznan for the Challenger. So, yeah, looking like a hobo there did not really seem too appealing to me. So I decided to do it. It's actually the first time I've been to hairdressers here in either Gdańsk or Gdynia. Usually I just do it when I'm back in my hometown, but it just wasn't really an option right now. But it was fine. The lady was nice. It was reasonably affordable too. So
Sinner has yet to drop a point on serve as he gets to 40 love after a makeable return from Alcaraz goes into the net. I am hobo-esque, not in terms of facial hair today, because I did have a shave a couple of days ago, but in the fact that I haven't had a shower yet post tennis match. As I say, I messed up my timing thinking this started at 3 o'clock. Game to love for Jannik Sinner. 4 love he now leads, which does now feel pretty damning in terms of this first set. And bit of a strange start to the match from Carlos because he's misfiring quite bad. I think Jannik is playing well. I think he's playing solidly. As I say, he's serving well. But, I think Carlos makes the 2 or 3 balls that he should have done. And we may well be at 2-2 right now. But he's not making those balls. 18-6 as well in terms of total points won. It's also pretty damning. So I've yet to have a shower. My plan was to have a shower at the end of the first set, which of course can be an hour away, although at this pace it'll probably be in about 5 or 10 minutes.
Yeah, the 2-2 would still be like a better start for Sinner, but obviously right now it's an absolutely phenomenal start for Sinner.
Yeah.
And I mean, 2-2 would be a better start for Sinner in the sense that he hasn't been losing any points on serve. And
Alcaraz, you'd be saying, listen, the break is coming on the Carlos serve, and it's not coming on the Jannik one, in a sort of point-scoring boxing way. Ooh, this. Listen, it's only love 15, but but we will be close to talking about bagel territory and maybe 1 or 2 more points.
We are drifting towards that bagel for sure, yeah. I imagine they probably haven't had one in their rivalry. There's definitely been a few breadsticks.
Yeah.
Am I joining you and Silky on the beers? Not today.
I've done 3 night shifts in a row, so I'm very much looking forward to a beer. I'll probably have a few shandies, actually. I think I'll be tempted by that. Is that gone wide? I think it has from Jannik, right? So 15 all. Yeah, I think Carlos maybe needs a couple of gifts right now to get on the board. And I think it might help him a little bit just by getting 1 or 2 games in this set, because if it is 6-love and he doesn't, let's say, win many points on Jannik's serve, I think that would be pretty crushing for Carlos. I'm looking forward to some more high-level rallies as well. I think we've been lacking from that, right, as well. I mean, Carlos is just, as I say, misfiring so much that we're not getting any of those epic points. And this is a very different match to that one we had a year ago, because even though Carlos lost that first set, it was like, I think he's coming. And of course he did come by winning the second set. Served for that second set and didn't serve it out. And that was a blow for him, I remember, in that one, but then managed to break again and serve it out. Carlos there punching the air. I think he does feel as though he wants to get on the board, whatever happens in terms of this set. And I'm not, the set's not done yet. And with 30-15 and 4-1, for example, in a minute, that does change our. We're not talking bagels anymore. We're talking about Jannik just making sure he closes it out. Damien, thoughts on Carlos's forehand so far? Doesn't feel like he's striking it with full trust. Dominic Thiem made the main draw after all.
No, I mean, sure, but it doesn't seem like he's shying away from it either. Like, it just, it's been breaking down. This point right here, I mean, you were hoping for some epic rallies, and he actually finishes it off with a nice forehand down the line. So maybe there's hope that he will actually find it and find more confidence in it. Just, I don't know. Last year, of course, you mentioned that Djokovic semi, like, from the get-go, you could see that Alcaraz was super tense. And just on edge the entire time, essentially. I don't really think we're seeing it today. Obviously, the start for him has been woeful. But I don't think we've really seen these sort of nerves from him again. And they shouldn't appear. I mean, it's a different setup. It's a different.
Absolutely. He's won Wimbledon since then. He's won Indian Wells again since then. There's no sort of number one talk right now, and he has held serve. I thought that was a really interesting point, the one that finished with him putting that one. It was interesting the way there was some sort of loopy forehands from him in that rally, and then he saw his chance and he took it. Maybe
this point was really good. Like, this point was like exactly how Alcaraz wants to play it, right? That one for 40-15, just like not allowing Jannik to dominate, throwing in a couple of these higher backhands, and then finally getting his chance and of course taking it. I don't know about the trust, Jake. Tough to say. I mean, he's definitely missed it a few times, and maybe that impacted his trust. Early on, at least, it didn't seem like he had issues with that. But of course, if you miss a few times, there might be some sort of nerves. But basically, I think the next game will decide the set in a way. I'm not saying that if Alcaraz wins the next game, he's going to win the set. But like, if he loses, we're probably already thinking about the second. And exactly what Ghosty is saying there, like, that's precisely the Alcaraz game plan for this match, for this rivalry right now, because he cannot simply go blow for blow with Jannik.
2022 was a different rivalry, right?
Oh, definitely. I mean, at the time we were thinking that like Sinner is kind of a problem matchup for Alcaraz, because the way they were handling the other 99% of the tour, like, it was just very different. And right now we expect someone of Sinner's quality, of Sinner's caliber, to be pushing Alcaraz. So we don't really treat it as a matchup problem anymore. But I mean, he just wasn't really able to handle, I guess, the high pace of both wings coming at him a lot of the time. And of course, the US Open, also different conditions. He beat him in Umag too. I don't know. It's been a tough matchup, but right now we don't really look at it like that anymore. Right? Right now it's just two evenly matched players, and that's it.
That incredibly deep return position from Alcaraz there was kind of what dictated the point, although perhaps if he'd have done better on the return, that was probably more significant. But from that moment, the fact that he didn't deal with the return, he was in trouble, because they were sort of just waiting for a drop shot, and then Sinner puts away the forehand winner quite easily. Something I was going to say in reaction to... I mean, I think this is probably just stating the obvious for many people, but I'm going to state it for the people that aren't really, at least on this particular wave, is I just think that 2022 Alcaraz, 2024 Alcaraz, there's been one or two improvements, but there's been one or two losses of confidence. But we're probably looking at a better player in many aspects of the game. 2022 Jannik Sinner to 2024 Jannik Sinner is a very different beast.
Yeah, I don't think Carlos has really improved that much in the last 2 years, which might
Yeah.
sound like might sound like a big criticism, but I mean, he was already that good in 2022. That
Yeah.
yeah,
2022, yeah, Alcaraz was winning one Grand Slam a year, and I think 2024 is probably at that level too, which is still phenomenal.
what does it mean if Sinner wins in straight sets? Is it too early for Team Alcaraz to raise some alarms? Let's see how it looks, but of course it would be a little concerning that even on clay he's not able to push Jannik. That's what we were saying in Indian Wells earlier this year too. That like if Alcaraz just loses that much quite easily, then how is he gonna beat him indoors? How is he gonna beat him on a faster hard court? How is he gonna beat him on grass? And yeah, I mean, if he loses today's match like very comfortably, these are all questions that will pop up once again. Yeah.
Jake saying he misses Nerland. That's very funny. Keen, by the way, maybe Keen is touching on something here that Alcaraz needs to take a leaf out of the Andrea Anaboldi book.
I saw that. I mean, I honestly have no idea when that match even happened. Must be quite early in Sinner's career. I will check that, but yeah, I don't remember that much. Keen, sorry. Of course, I remember some of these early starts for Jannik, like winning Bergamo, the Ostrava final when he only won one game against Kamil Majchrzak. But yeah, actually not the Arnaboldi match. That doesn't really ring a bell for me.
Alcaraz is delaying my shower, which really doesn't affect anyone because nobody is within a few meters of me right now. But he's got to 30 all
still
here.
From the tennis of yesterday, or
no, no. I came back exactly the same condition from the tennis yesterday. But no, I had a shower last night. Post stream.
Good for you.
Yeah, good for me. And I was in proximity to people since then. But no, I played. Well, I guess so. I went to the shops at least anyway. I haven't really had a huge amount. When you do night shifts, it even when you go out in the day, you sort of are on your own. It's a weird concept, really, because you're doing night shift.
Sinner lost to Arnaboldi in Barletta 2020, right after the Alcaraz match. Yeah, I don't remember that one at all in 2019.
Is this match coming alive? Is it coming alive?
Yeah, next point will tell us a lot. I actually even took a shower before going to the hairdressers today because I thought, well, I mean, I'm being in close proximity for sure.
I get my hair washed often as part of my. I mean, I wouldn't go to the gym and then the hairdresser, but yeah, I often like to get my hair washed as part of the whole routine. But my hair's a bit longer than yours, so.
Well, no, I mean, right now not really, but like generally, I also have to like wash it every day if I'm meeting people.
I mean, your hair looks pretty short. It's difficult to get it exactly. I mean, you look almost like sort of Peaky Blinders. You're ready for a good old bar brawl. I always think amongst the Talking Tennis team, I think it's nice to have a bit of variety. And I think, Sinner Urs, and we're at 4-2. So some Spanish flags are out in force.
And again, a lot of height on that backhand. I guess what we haven't seen for now, though, is that backhand slice from Carlos that he was really using a lot in Indian Wells to, again, just set up his forehands. But maybe it's just not going to be as efficient on the Parisian clay. But we're definitely seeing the height element sort of being quite important for now. And by the way, up to what Ghosty said, I am calling it a hairdressers because I feel like if I'm going to a barber, they would have to like actually use, an electric razor or something like that. And because they're using scissors primarily, at least for my hair, I kind of still, tend to think of it as a hairdressers rather than. Plus, of course, it wasn't like a men's barber, it was a nice lady who does both genders.
Yeah, that probably influences it, too. I better put this on Instagram, really. I hadn't done
She's
that.
She's a bi hairdresser.
I mean, it seems to be a day of haircuts amongst the talking tennis community because Jethro was talking about getting a haircut as well, and
he was, and I did notice that, and I was like thinking,
I don't know who.
Maybe
he's copied your style as well. I don't know.
Maybe.
I did have a hairdressing comment to make, but don't know what it was. Yeah,
it's very important right now.
I'm going to say that Alcaraz is going to try and put Sinner to the sword But that doesn't quite work as a pun because I don't think many people these days get their, or ever got their haircuts with swords. But 30-15 here on the Alcaraz serve and 4-3, and the things look very, very different.
Yeah, I would go forever. But yeah, 4-3, and suddenly we're back in the game.
Yeah. Oh, I know what I want to
Seems
say. I want to get this. I want to get this out there before I forget. I like a bit of variety in the Talking Tennis team, and I do like the fact that I feel as though, if we were all in a bar and there was a big brawl break out, I would look to see where Jerome was. I think I'd have a quick look over my shoulder to see where Tom was too. And I'd think to myself, okay, if I can sort of get myself behind those two and put them at the front line, that would be my thought. But with this haircut, Damien, maybe I'd have to reconsider where you are at in this pub brawl scenario.
I don't know. I mean, I do consider myself to be like pretty, let's say, athletic, if you may, but definitely not in the sense of like power and strong arms and stuff. So probably I would be the one hiding behind you even. So.
Oh wow, that's then you're in big trouble. Tom, yeah, looks like he can look after himself. Yeah, and I was watching some of the Jerome interviews this week with all this bromance going on with my friend Taylor, not Taylor Fritz. Taylor Fritz is not my friend at all. Not that there's anything wrong with Taylor, I just haven't met him. But my friend Lloyd Harris and what's his name? Jerome's trying to break that up, so we'll have to see if I can fix that one. So anyway, yeah, Tom looks after himself, I'm sure, as well. Unreturnable slice there from Julian. Yeah, that was a particularly low, mean bounce, and we are now back at deuce, and suddenly all that talk of 4-3 game on, and yeah, we'll just have to put that to one side for a second.
Ooh, especially after what you see next. But yeah, I mean, even 4-3, of course, Jannik is still capable of just like blasting a few serves.
Yeah.
Even if the game has been like kind of, well, at least until the last 3 points, it felt like the game is kind of running away from him in a way. But he's still capable of some short points and serve. But like okay, now we're just back in potential breakdown.
Ooh, that second serve was horrible. Jake here, I don't think he quite makes you look like Schwartzman, Jake, because I think you're very tall, right? If I'm right, Jake is about 2 meters, which I think is about 6'5", but I could be wrong on that. And as tall as Jerome is, I don't think he's quite that tall, Jake. If Talking Tennis is ever in a barroom brawl, I'm hiding behind Nick, because who could ever harm that sweet little smile? I wonder if Nick might fight dirty. I wonder if he might have a few little things up his sleeve, Don't know.
Dan Evans was robbed yesterday. He kind of was.
What happened? I know he lost, but
it was just a very poor call, especially in the second set tiebreak. There were a few instances, but especially there was this one in the second set tiebreak.
I mean, getting a wrong call, that's one thing, but I don't know if it's as convincing as to say the umpire went against him a lot. I don't know. I haven't seen it. It's just very. I mean, basically, if it's a guy who's from the same country as the opponent, I can see a little bit more. Or if there was an incident in a football match recently. I think a Dutch referee got suspended because it was like in the 3rd or 4th division in the Netherlands, and he was seen lifting the trophy with the team at the end of the match because I think they got promoted basically, and then he went out for drinks with them afterwards. So there I can see some annoyance. Oh, a horrible forehand from Alcaraz.
Yeah, the confidence, or rather the control in that shot so far is definitely quite spotty, and he is in trouble yet again.
Julian sort of... Go on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it doesn't really seem like he can finish off points from the forehand as well, which, I mean, it's not the end of the world, I suppose, but it just makes him have to win them like 5 times. And, well, that's actually a great example coming up for you right there. When if he had a put away shot, like he just wraps it up in, just literally one blast.
Yeah.
But that's not really happening for him right now. Like he really has to work for everything so far. And I don't know if it's manageable in the long run, if that persists.
He's gone wide with that, right? Yeah. So it's 5-2. Yeah, that was a really good example of that, because that last point, there was sort of 4 or 5 moments where you'd think he'd
Yeah.
finish the point. You know,
There
he
was
was
this one
never.
cross where,
Yeah.
once he went not even the last shot. I guess last shot he also could have gone down the line, but there was this one where like down the line was the only real option. He still goes cross, and like not even with much precision, not even with like good placement. So yeah, there's definitely like a lack of trust / confidence / control in this shot so far. We'll see if that persists, and we'll see what the reason for it is as well. Is it just some sort of early nerves? But the set still, seems done right now. Let's see if it is, but it does seem done.
Yeah. Let's have a quick look at the YouTube poll. We've got the Twitter one there, 55-45. Let's have a quick look on YouTube. Oh, very similar, but actually it's going the way of Sinner. But of course, a lot of people may be jumping on the Sinner bandwagon,
Yeah.
given the match has already got underway. Hi, Ashley, by the way, and hi, Ozan, as well. And hi to everyone that's obviously in the chat, especially if I haven't said hello already. Anything exciting happening on Twitter?
Jannik Sinner now hoping to say hello to Carlos Alcaraz and close out the set before it might get interesting or might not.
Iga Swiatek, yes.
I do think that Alcaraz is playing this a little smarter now, but like if he's trying to set up all these forehands and then can't take them, then what's the gain from that?
Yeah, well, we've got a nice picture here from Simon Chambers taking a pre-match image that I'll share on the screen for a little while. So at 5-2, Sinner now is in a shanked forehand. So maybe there's a bit of mistiming as well on that forehand. I think I share your view largely in that I don't see the same tense Alcaraz that we saw in that first set a year ago. He's just got to get his range and his forehand in order, if you like.
I guess though last year, like we were thinking, okay, so that tension is probably gonna, well, if not go away, then just like ease a little bit at some point. Whereas right now, watching this, you're probably wondering, like, okay, so is this how the entire match is gonna go?
Yeah, right. You were thinking it would ease. Now you're thinking, where does he start to panic? That can happen. You lose. If he'd lost 6-love, I think there may have been sort of some confidence drained from him in a slightly different way to anxiety. But there might be some panic set in, if you like, if he goes down an early break in the second, for example. Maybe there's almost a thing when you're so naturally talented like he is, like Federer is. I think sometimes it's a bit difficult to understand what's going on. It's a sort of an area which you're not really familiar with, and it's difficult for that brain to compute.
I will state the obvious, but Carlos Alcaraz did lose a 6-1 set in the Wimbledon final last year.
Oh yeah.
And he also lost the opener against Sinner 6-1 in Indian Wells this year.
Yeah. I think even just merely avoiding the bagel feels like a mini win for him. Getting a break of serve as well, don't forget. So it was like, imagine a bagel and Sinner didn't lose a point on serve. You'd be like, oh my goodness me, this is...
I don't know. If it does, I don't know. 2-6 or 0-6. Like, of course, if you're coming out against an opponent and like you've never played him or something like that, you're not sure if you can beat him, then maybe the 2 games will give you some confidence. But I don't know. From like the Alcaraz perspective, I mean, he knows he can beat Sinner, but well, another point where like was that a reaction to it actually?
No, Alcaraz just could have and should have won that point two times.
Was that a reaction to the point?
Yeah, because
okay. Yeah,
because he messed up the lob, which was one thing, but he had another bite of the cherry, which he should be.
Yeah. The lob wasn't horrible. I mean, if you get it very high over the other guy's head on the backhand side, then usually
my reaction was to the shot after the lob.
But yeah, I mean,
he
obviously should have won the point with the forehand there.
2 set points for Jannik Sinner, or as I like to call them, 2 shower points.
Actually, you cannot shower during a toilet break if you are a player, which Nicolas Moreno de Alboran, of course, found out very, very, like in a very harsh way at the Seville Challenger.
Why? What was the harsh way? Like someone walked in on him in the shower? Or?
Pretty much, and it was his opponent who ratted him out, and he got defaulted.
Which challenger, sorry?
He got defaulted.
Which challenger?
Seville.
I thought you said that. Yeah. Okay, cool.
Yeah, in 2022, I think it was already. I think it was a year and a half ago.
I didn't know you can get defaulted. I mean, surely if you do it within 5 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, you cannot shower. He went in because he wanted to like wash the clay off his body or something like that. But no, you cannot shower during the match. I think it must have been his second, penalty of whatever. I don't think he would have been defaulted right away. At least I don't think.
Why are you not allowed to shower?
Yeah, and it was so weird because no one knew what happened. They just went off after the opening set. They come back and he's defaulted. And like watching that on the stream, you had no idea what happened.
Why are they not allowed to shower?
Stupid rule that someone created, and
yeah.
Because like to me, if you have the 5 minutes where you're leaving the court, like unless you're texting your coach or something like that, you can pretty much do whatever you want. If you want to take off all of your clothes, poop in the corner of the locker room, and take just I don't know, do something stupid again, stand on your hands for the entire duration. That's fine.
Yeah.
As long as you're back.
A 15-shot rally, and we have a third set point for Jannik Sinner. De facto final, yeah, not quite that far. I can see why some people might be thinking that.
Almost, right? I mean, almost. Do we actually believe at this stage?
Maybe it depends, but yeah, I kind of last year felt more like it, but like I didn't give Ruud much chance at all in that final. I think if it's Ruud against Sinner, I've Sinner heavy
have a better shot than the last 2 years, definitely.
Yeah, definitely.
And the same against Alcaraz. Like it's not only Sinner.
If it's Zverev Alcaraz, I think I'm looking at 60-40.
I don't know. I just haven't been too convinced with what Zverev has been showing us, and I'm not even sure he'll win today anymore. Obviously before the event I was. Yeah, I mean, before the event, I was kind of high on him getting to the finals, but I don't know. When I'm seeing that version of his game, so gutless, sort of, for the most part. Yeah, like last year, Ruud really just blew him off the court, and I don't know.
I'm going to go have a shower because
today.
Sinner's got the job.
Go ahead. He has to convince me today for me to start thinking that he might beat Alcaraz or Sinner again. Of course, guys, I know that Zverev has been like a pretty weird opponent for Alcaraz in that we already did not give Zverev a chance at 2022 Roland Garros in the quarters. We didn't give Zverev a chance at 2024 Australian Open before the quarterfinal match. But I don't know. Anyway, of course, I mean, if Alcaraz comes out and his forehand ranges like today, sure. We have the stats of the set on the screen as well. I mean, winners' unforced errors, surprisingly, is actually very similar. It's just that Jannik has won 85% of his first serve points, and Carlos has only won 44, which obviously both demonstrates the just advantage of 3 points that Jannik will continue to get, but also just Carlos not being able to convert any of these aggressive positions. And he's actually made 81% of his first serves too. So, he's been getting a lot of chances to just dominate a point after his first serve. It's just that he's not been doing it at all. So, yeah, it's not looking too bright for Alcaraz, and we have to see some quick reaction from him. Otherwise, we might really be falling into like a beatdown territory here. We need to see some impulse, at least. Will Max win over Van Asch? I don't know. I mean, yesterday against Altmaier, was it a good performance from Max? It was fine, but I still think Altmaier did not play top 100 tennis whatsoever. I generally tend to think that Max has a better shot at upsetting top guys on hard courts than on clay because, it just allows him to be more aggressive despite not having the physicality for it for the most part. You know my opinion about Luka Van Ass's game. I think time and time again I've been proven right. But at this level, he is obviously a super solid player, and I'm not sure that Max has a good shot to win. As I'm saying this, he has, however, broken him. So, well, we will find out relatively soon how that goes. Had a big upset today in the French Open boys singles as well, with Schwarzler, the Skopje champion, going out to Kailan Bigun, who's going to join UCLA at the end of the summer. So an American in the French Open final again. I think we see Tommy Paul in recent years did it. Taylor Fritz, I think, as well, maybe. Anyway, it's happened, but it's not that common. That must be Mr. Gustavo Kuerten on my screen, the champion at the French Open in 1997, 2000, and 2001. He very often shows up at this event and watches whoever will be his successor in a way, not a direct one, but one after all these years. For the moment, it does not seem to be Carlos Alcaraz, who's, just spraying his forehand pretty wildly here. There's no depth, there's no placement, there's nothing really, there's no power behind the stroke. It was looking significantly better, I think, in the previous matches, which is kind of surprising. Of course, the opponent here is also like much stronger overall in terms of his ground game and stuff, but it was looking much more efficient and just potent overall in the last matches, which makes you think maybe he finds it at some point. But, well, as I said earlier, it needs to be soon. After the beatdown he took to college champion Nakashima, should Fonseca retire from tennis? Of course not. I mean, why wouldn't he get a beatdown from Nakashima on grass? I mean, Joao is going to be fine on grass. And also, I think Nakashima could totally beat Fonseca on clay, but, well, we never really should expect consistency from 17-year-olds, and especially from someone whose serve game, while it has potential, right? I mean, still requires plenty of work from here. Alcaraz getting a bit of a forehand position to crack. A couple of good ones, actually, but will he win the points? No, Jannik remains in it. And Carlos eventually finishes him off with a forehand drop shot. It was a little sketchy, but was better. Like that's actually a positive sign. But he still needs to claim the game, of course, for it to be, properly inviting. Let's say for the second set to be different. But that was a good point from Alcaraz, I have to say. That the couple of forehands he went after, they were actually dangerous. They were a little riskier than before, but the one that was close to the baseline pretty much won the point. Of course, Sinner actually gets it back, and Sinner makes it basically go back to neutral again. But then Alcaraz is there with the dropper finish. But that's progress. However, he loses the game, and he still has nothing to show for it. So still a very important point coming up here at 30-all. Jannik is on to the return, and he actually will cause an error from Carlos, stepping into the court to take that backhand return quite early, and it's the winning play here. So it's a breakpoint for Sinner right away, as things are just looking more and more tricky for Alcaraz. So far, both players very efficient on their breakpoints. 3 out of 4 for Sinner and 1 out of 1 for Alcaraz. And it's a second serve. I know we were talking about in the first set, Carlos having that high first serve percentage and not really getting much out of it. This game, I don't think he's landing his first serve whatsoever. But this time the attempt from Jannik to go after his backhand return is, not misguided, but he just shanks it pretty much. So a slice of luck, I suppose. How do players get paid so much for club tennis? I've heard the German league pays more than you'd get for deep runs at some challengers. Yes, it does. Where do they get the funds from? I don't know, sponsors or whatever. in Poland, like the whole project of the Polish league is like, well, it doesn't really earn money for the organization, you know. It doesn't. It's just superficially funded. So I don't know if it's the same thing in Germany, but in Poland it's not sustainable. It's just the sponsors are paying for it, but most clubs like don't even have tickets for their matches because no one is coming anyway. Obviously, the Bundesliga is attended a lot more than the Polish league, which basically has failed to make an impact, whereas the Bundesliga has such a rich history already. And I think we're gonna get the break here. Alcaraz trying to go back and down the line. He's kind of like a little irritated now because the previous shot from Sinner was right beside the baseline, but well, I guess right on the baseline. But yeah, anyway, it's a break. So one good point in the entire game was not enough for Alcaraz to claim it, you know. I'm not really sure how the Swedish league looks. There are different systems. Austria is quite popular. The Austrian Bundesliga is huge. The Slovak Extraliga is pretty exciting too, but they played in a different style. Like they just have 1 week where basically if you want to play it, you have to skip your pro events for that week, and you just show up in Slovakia in at the beginning of May. But the biggest ones definitely are German and Austrian. France as well, but France is at the end of the year, so like in the off season. So it's a different, again, it's a different manner of hosting it. I'm not really sure when the Swedish one is. Denmark has a pretty good league too. Um, yeah, for a lot of players ranked, let's say 500, 600, these leagues actually like make their living in a way, and especially now with the UTR events too. It's actually a lot more worth it financially for a lot of them to just keep playing all these events and just kind of work on their pro ranking to get it to a point where they want you for these leagues. But like in Germany, there's like 5 or 6 tiers of tennis leagues, so it's not that tough, I would say, to get in like the third or fourth tier. Only a few players are pros, really. So of course, the money then, depending on the tier where you play, is also different. There's even the old boy category. Anyway, 15 all now. Karas has to look for that break back, try to avoid going love 4 again. And Sinner so far is really helping him out with 2 double faults. He won the only point that was actually played by, I think, Alcaraz missing that backhand return. But yeah, Sinner just 2 unforced errors in set 2 so far, and both of them have been double faults. So, if Alcaraz wants to get back into the set right away, he's given chances here, but he also needs to take them. And it will be hard if Sinner's serving is as good as it was here. Just a fantastic serve that really sets him up for the rest of the point. Carlos trying to pass him forehand on the run, but it's pretty wide. I mean, sometimes you'll make a shot like this, but it's a 1 in a million deal. And yeah, so far 15 errors that Sinner forced out of Alcaraz, whereas for the other way it's just 6. And that's a pretty stunning difference. Obviously, just shows you how much more ability to rip through the court Sinner has had so far. No double fault this time on that deuce side, which he avoids for the first time this game. But it's still 30 all, and they're trading now. Alcaraz has to start winning some of these trades, but he cannot. Tries to blast his backhand through the middle of the court, but the depth from Sinner is just too much for him. And eventually, when he's trying to run around for the forehand, he just shanks it because the ball was so deep and powerful still from Sinner, even though he was technically on the defense or, at least countering. So it's a chance for Jannik to go a set and a break up properly now, along with consolidating this break. And of course, a pretty grim aspect of this for Carlos would be that the only 2 points he won this game were double faults from Jannik. So he actually is yet to win a rally. But maybe right now, that's the kind of points he needs to start winning. But I don't think he will win this one. Yeah. Maybe even a bit of overkill there from Sinner to go behind him on the last shot to go against the legs. But probably either direction was winning him the point at that stage. Carlos just so defensive there after that one forehand, standing 3 meters behind the baseline. And Sinner is there with a nice back forehand drop shot cross court. So it is properly a set and break up now for Sinner. Again, the reaction, if it comes from Alcaraz, it has to come quickly because he is getting walloped here. 54 minutes in, and we are not really seeing how this match can be extended to, let's say, 3 hours or something like that. And there's just more of that coming, He tries to whip this forehand cross court, and it's gonna be out. Again, there's no control, there's no sense of security on any of these +1 forehands, any of these mid-court shots that he should be eating up, theoretically. Well, just as I say it, that's a better one. I think he's also found more success in this, in these inside-out opportunities rather than just classic, maybe cross-court chances, but anyway, of course, he needs to be more clean on everything from here to have a shot at fighting back. At what point in the last year did Sinner just stop making errors? It's uncanny. When he puked, right? I mean, post-puke. Simon Freund, yeah, I know his channel and stuff. Sinner, the first man in the Open era to win his second major immediately after winning his first, and the first man in history to do the calendar slam. I have to say, by the way, that this stat is like slightly fake because, yes, no man has ever won his second Grand Slam in the following major after winning his first. However, it's worth mentioning that Jimmy Connors and Ilya Nastase, they actually did not play the following slam after their first major that they won, and then they won the next one after that. So, I mean, yeah, it depends how you count, but basically, I guess we have to specify that it has to be the following slam that they played. Well, or like, yeah, just the following slam. Because in terms of the next one that they played, then actually Connors and Nastase have already done it. Of course, in recent years, we had Daniel Medvedev coming so close to doing that. And Andy Murray as well. Well, and he wasn't, I guess, that close. But yeah, Alcaraz getting close to his first game on the board in the second set. There's some violent offense from Sinner again, though. And the depth on the Sinner shots of the baseline is just spectacular. He's not relenting his pressure whatsoever. And even now, 40-30, we still need to be convinced that Alcaraz will actually take this game before it happens because, yeah, it's so crucial at this stage. There's a kind of kamikaze, well, I can't even call it a serve and volley attempt, but he runs towards the net. He picks it up with this forehand half volley where he was barely holding the racket, really. The grip was off, but he manages to put it in the court, and the Sinner lob is long. There's a big reaction from him as well towards his box with the clenched fists. Did look marginally better in this game again, but still Sinner is putting so much pressure on Alcaraz that he'll basically have to be perfect from now on to win this second set. Actually, he said in one of the interviews he still does not have full confidence in his right arm. If Sinner pushes Carlos enough, he would have to fully trust his right arm to shoot full power. Yeah, but like he was actually going after it more in the previous rounds, I think. What's your opinion on Walton? Was watching him for the first time versus Evans. That serve. Yeah, he's definitely a good server in terms of like ace potential and stuff, ace rate, but he cannot convert these positions because from the baseline he's just like a almost a pusher, right? But he's super consistent. Obviously, I don't think he'll be winning much on the main tour, but the way that he dominated the Challenger Tour this year, especially, it's definitely quite uncanny. Like it's so tough to do this. Just keep winning matches and keep winning matches week in, week out, and basically beat everyone in your way who's like not a high ceiling player, you know, because he only really loses to the guys who can blast him off the court, and it's so hard to do it when you're a grinder as good as he is. So I don't think he's gonna be faring that well with the main tour weight of shot. But yeah, the first serve is something that will help. Definitely a lot of aces coming from him, but yeah, the ability to convert these positions with his ground strokes is a little spotty, of course, because, well, it's just not his game, really. His game is more about grinding it out and trying to win like that. Was that because Connors was banned? I actually don't know. I would have to check, to be honest. This reminds me of the statement Federer made in 2003 Wimbledon semis when he hammered Roddick. It was seen as a 50-50. Yeah, sign of things to come, right? When it comes to the Federer-Roddick rivalry, I guess. I have to check, but I will do that, Matthew. Silky getting some shandies at the shop. I have one beer at the fridge, I guess. If maybe I will feel like it when John is back, I'll see. But we'll find out soon. I don't technically have a reason not to drink today. By the way, that's a great point from Alcaraz that he's now low 30. He was given a bit of a cheaper forehand error from Jannik earlier. Well, cheaper, I say it, but like it was still, quite a lot of loop on the shot that Alcaraz got and quality spin. But now that's better, and he finishes it off with a great smash. So low 30, and well, this is the moment to strike back yet again. We are definitely sort of looking at this match so far from more of an Alcaraz perspective, but I guess that makes sense since Sinner has just been clean, right? I mean, Sinner has just been doing what he's been bringing to the court for the past half a year, more even at this stage, whereas it's Alcaraz where we're kind of seeking chances for him to get back into it. And while Sinner is granting it to him, the double fault here to go 3 breakpoints down, it's been a pretty horrible game from Sinner too, I have to say. And even this set, like it's already his third double, right? Maybe they'll both be playing like this today. Maybe it's just not going to be a high quality encounter, but maybe Alcaraz can make it at least more exciting than it has been. Who knows? But yeah, huge moment here, because if he doesn't take these 3 break points, ooh, that would be pretty brutal, I think. So yes, and yes, Matthew. Jimmy Connors did not play the French Open in 1974 because he was banned from playing the event due to the Association for Team Tennis. So would he have won in 1974? I mean, obviously, no idea about that. But he did win a slam on clay, right? He won the US Open on clay. So even though he never won the French Open on clay, it's possible that he could have won the French. And in that year as well, in 1974, he actually won all 3 slams that he played. And Ilya Nastase was, not Ilya Nastase, but Björn Borg was the one who won the 1974 French Open, which I think was his first title. So yeah, it's not unrealistic to think that Jimmy could have had the calendar slam that year, actually. I never thought of it this way, but yes. Ooh, that was... I hope that Jannik is fine, because after this wrong footing shot from Carlos, there was a bit of a hobble. But maybe that's just... maybe that's just the fact that he, again, got wrong-footed, hopefully, because we don't want to see any health issues from either guy, even if they're both kind of shaky fitness-wise. But yeah, Alcaraz is back, 2 games all. Some good points here, some gifts from Carlos too. What is Walton's best surface? Honestly, grass courts, the match against Evans was the first time I watched him. Clay, he's definitely quite poor on, obviously doesn't have too much experience on it, so... Well, I mean, I've seen him 90%, like 95% of the matches I watched from him were on hard courts. So That's my answer to you. But clearly on grass, he also has some game. I think his style, like sort of good technique, right? Good, pretty decent serving, and just kind of moving well, feeling the ball. Like that can also be a thing on grass. We've got Andy Murray in a way playing like this. We've got Jordan Thompson. We've got Zachary Sfida who beat Evans yesterday, right? Like that. These styles can also work on grass, I think. So I would say that Walton can be good on grass, but I mean, hard courts is obviously what he's most comfortable with, playing in college for, I think, Tennessee maybe. And then also on the Pro Tour, just 95% of his matches being on hard courts. He did play some grass in Australia, but I didn't watch these matches. Yeah. Jimmy Connors has this famous record, Ozan, that he won the US Open on all three surfaces. He won it on grass, he won it on clay, and he won it on hard courts. But yeah, technically he doesn't have a French Open title, but he does have a slam title on clay courts. It was just the French Open that year. So, sorry, the French Open, the US Open, of course. There's a Vamos from Ashley. I discovered recently that in my either tennis playing or table tennis, I've started using Vamos actually as one of the main calls after main shouts after a good point or an important one or something like that. Previously it used to be like come on, or I definitely was using the Jazda from Świątek quite a bit, but recently it's a lot of Vamos from me. They're showing some people constantly on my screen. I do not know who that is. They should be putting some info, but they're not. Anyway, 30-15 here. Maybe Carlos could have gone 40 love up, but he messes up the final volley. Probably the approach was actually what led to him losing the point eventually, as the position wasn't that easy. And there's a wild double fault from him, which has been a bit of a theme of this match for both players by now. Of course, Jannik with 3 double faults in 2 games this set already, and Carlos, well, 3 in the entire match, but also some pretty crucial ones earlier. And a lot of them have just been like, they haven't been close, really. So 30 all. And, well, obviously Alcaraz will be a little desperate to, like, not let this previous break go to waste and just keep up the good momentum to potentially look for more cracks at the Sinner serve soon. It is a problem that the serve is just not giving him much. It seemed to me like this moonball here from Alcaraz was not going to be deep enough to give Sinner issues, but it actually does. Jannik messes it up on the jump, so it's 40-30 for Alcaraz. It really feels like anything that Alcaraz has to win in this match is like just such a nightmare, such a tough ordeal, whereas Sinner, of course, has the easy point-winning weapons. But what I will say is that, well, he's still in the second set, so maybe. Partially, of course, why we think that Alcaraz does have a pretty okay matchup with Sinner on clay is that wide repertoire. But so far, it just feels like the wide repertoire is anything he has. It's literally the only thing he has so far over Sinner, because of his shots not being that threatening in general. But that's a perfect point from Carlos, I have to say. Again, the ability to spread the court, so much height, so much loop on a lot of these. And then he actually steps in to crack the forehand inside in. So that's the difference, between this and the first set, obviously, that in the first set, he was setting himself up for these forehands, but then had nothing to take them with. Right now, it seems to be getting better, at least to an extent. I mean, Jannik also hasn't played that well, I think, the last 2 games. So who knows? With a beer in hand. Yeah. The way my points went against them. Yeah, John did go for Scheisse, that's true. I think I said komm jest after the match points, just because he was going for Scheisse all the time, and I figured, oh yeah, I'm gonna throw in some German too. But yeah, Ale I never really use, but Vamos recently a lot. And yeah, I understand that about Chole, but I've never used it. It seems just cringy to me, to be honest. The Cho and Chole, yeah, that's not my style. I prefer to use the tennis versions. I am much better at table tennis than tennis, but my shouting is definitely more tennis related, which makes sense because obviously I watch this sport 1,000 hours a day. My junior from Poland, Tomasz Berkieta, was 4-3 up with a break in the third set, but now he's 4-5 down. Seems like that's a bit of a grindy match there. Of course, he is still a pretty erratic player too, despite massive weaponry. I hope he somehow makes it through, but it seems like we might... Well, I mean, I'm not going to say much because I haven't been following that much properly since about a set. But I would really like him to make it. But a couple of years ago, Martin Pavelski was also in the French Open semis, but he lost to Gilles Bailly, I think, in the 2022 semifinals. Jannik is getting some short balls from Alcaraz here and not really taking them. Oh, eventually in the long run, he's still going to win the point. The reaction on from Alcaraz chasing after the drop shot could have been a little better, I believe. But it's still a nice effort from Jannik to like make sure that the point is shorter, play the drop shot pass combo, and get it just wide enough so that Alcaraz can't quite catch it on the stretch. But maybe this is also a moment when Sinner is looking a little down physically for the first time. Like it seems like he is actively looking here, just not to play these super high shots from Alcaraz anymore and just find a way to make the point short, whatever really the risk is. But, well, of course, it's still quite early to talk about that. No, shake hand. I think that I've only played against pen holders like 3 or 5 times in my life, something like that. Like it's not popular in Poland at all. I recently played a pen holder in a tournament. Probably should have won the match, but I did screw up a 10-7 lead in a crucial set. But yeah, I've always used shake hands as that's just like the common one that when you grab a racket for the first time, that's going to be easier. Probably. Of course, pen holders are very, very common in Asia. What happened to Berrettini? Did he get re-injured? He was sick in Rome, right? But after that, I'm not even sure, to be honest. That was a big chance for Alcaraz. He misses that opportunity as he messes up the forehand drop shot. But now Sinner is there with like a point that he kind of gives to Carlos. I mean, the Spaniard still had to play the lob, but that was one of these examples where the serve from Sinner gives him so much time, so much court positioning advantage, and yet Alcaraz just lobs him without any problem, really, because Sinner found himself in a terrible position there. 7 winners for Carlos in set 2 and just 1 from Jannik. That's crazy, right? But yeah, I mean, Jannik, the last few minutes is not looking good at all. So if Carlos can just like stamp a little bit on the gas pedal here, just not let off the pressure in the next 2 points, especially, he might as well be running away with the set. We'll find out shortly, I guess. Ooh, that forehand barely making it over the net from Carlos. But he's dictating the point, and he should clinch it with the volley. Yeah, I don't think that Sinner is... I can't say he's not moving well, but like his intensity is shot at the moment. He's really not there physically there right now to me. And that's kind of how he was playing the entire Mute match too. I know it's Mute and like, he really tricks you and he tries to like trip you up with all this clownery and the junk bowling, but still, I never really felt there that Sinner is like on top of his, physical game. And it's kind of the same the last 10 minutes. He's moving okay, but the shots just, I don't know, he's just not staying in control of the point. He's just not as violent anymore. He's just getting pushed behind a little bit. And not only because Carlos is playing better and, throwing him off with all the height variation and stuff, but just in general, the serving has been a little weaker. We'll see how long that crisis takes. And also we'll see if he actually loses the game here, because that seems to be a crucial question at the moment. Alcaraz back in control, but not yet. It's a short ball for Sinner. He can't really crack anything at the moment, though. Alcaraz is just prepared to handle anything that Sinner throws at him right now, because there's no pace on Jannik's shots. And it's going to be 4-2 Alcaraz. Eventually, he stays in the point, even though Sinner had a couple of shorter balls he maybe could have smacked. Probably would have smacked if he was just, I don't know, a little stronger at the moment. But eventually, it's just Carlos setting himself up for that inside in forehand, and he forces an error from Sinner. So it's 4-2 Carlos. And well, I mean, if he doesn't take the set from here, that's just on him, right? That's probably going to be a game-winning, well, I want to say much-losing mistake. But this has been a weird match. Yeah, absolutely, John. Yeah, wasn't that Erani or someone like that? Yeah. Why doesn't she say Forza or something like that? Yeah. Are there any celebrities in the crowd? Ben Stiller, as usual. I saw Gustavo Kuerten, as I said earlier. I mean, Gustavo Kuerten is not a proper celebrity, of course, but like a tennis celebrity. But I think he deserves a mention. But yeah, Ben Stiller, as usual. Otherwise, I don't think I've seen anyone. But also my radar for celebrities is, of course, a little weak in general. I mean, I haven't watched a movie since 2005, released post 2005. So it's only the older actors that I'm going to know. I'm not going to know any very modern singers either. So I might be a little off, but Ben Stiller definitely is there. Ben Stiller, thankfully, was in a few movies released pre-2005. So I do know it. It's an ace from Alcaraz. Of course, that would be a big help for him in this matchup if he was getting some more free points on serve. And he actually is out acing Jannik 3-1. Still, I would say that obviously the Sinner serve has given him more, but well, not the last few minutes. And I really don't know what to tell you guys about this match, because you remember me saying at the very beginning that like their intensity in general is just so high that they are probably going to sit here for like 3 hours, and then we're gonna see who's like stronger / weaker physically. But right now we seem to have both guys in, well, Alcaraz just started with horrible forehand hitting. Sinner seems to be like a little down right now. We'll see if that continues. But yeah, I mean, he cannot finish off a point at the moment. And this was a good example too. 30-15. And yeah, he just can't close out. I mean, such a weird match so far. It's definitely not the US Open, and it's definitely not a great one either. But it's quite fascinating in terms of how it's progressed too. 40-15 for Alcaraz right now. I really am not sure what to think about it in general. And now Alcaraz again just throwing in so much height, cross court at Jannik. Sinner doesn't really know what to do with it, and it's just a question of whether Alcaraz will be able to take it, and just, when he sets up that big forehand for him, whether he's able to convert it. This time he's not. It's in the middle of the net. Such a weird match so far. Friend of mine says that he bought center court day 6 tickets and women's final tickets for Wimbledon, and with that he is officially below the poverty line. I mean, if you want to go out, you may as well go out in style, right? And well, again, I think this has also been a pattern this match, that like Alcaraz goes up like 40-15 in his service game, and then it's not easy for him to wrap that up. And in fact, from Infosys here, we see an interesting stat that at deuce, he's only won 1 out of 6 points, which, is pretty much how he's still not, I guess, running away with this second set as well. But, well, it's a crucial one coming up. Deuce now. Did Carlos make it is my question. And I think he has. Jesus Christ, that last drive volley too. That was a forehand he went after, I have to say. And he barely made it. But then the drive volley, Jesus. I was ripped. I guess I guess it's also a thing here, right? I mean, he can hit inside out without any issue. He just can't go down the line, I suppose. Obviously, mechanically, it's a different stroke. But yeah, just one winner in this set from Sinner so far. As I said earlier, like he cannot finish off points right now. And can he claim the game? In this forehand trade with Sinner, eventually Jannik still like not taking any chances that are popping up, but he definitely responds well to pace, I would say, Sinner. But when he has to generate it, yeah, like here, he actually misses. So it's 5 to Alcaraz. Honestly, yeah. It's so tough to actually understand what's been happening here, but second set Sinner just cannot finish off a point anymore. And partially, of course, this is the Carlos defense and how much he's been varying the height on his shots, but also just, I don't know, some sort of physical deep that we'll see how long it actually continues. John apparently is on Shandy 1. Yeah, the prices for Roland Garros merchandise. I've never bought anything at an event. I've definitely taken some. I've taken some programs and stuff, tournament magazines, but never bought them. Sometimes they give you sometimes only, I guess, they give you the tournament shirt at an event if you're there as a journalist. But it's not common, definitely. Iranian Cornet, yeah, you're right, Jake. Also, Vanch is Vanch in Paris? He's not, right? Yeah, but I mean, he has to actually hit this. He has to start hitting these loopy shots, and actually have something to take that away with, right? Like just like if he's just setting up forehands for himself, but doesn't have anything, like any ability to take them, to actually win these points, to seal the deal, then what difference does it make? But right now it's just like Sinner is completely off physically. Did you see, guys, how he moved here towards the backhand? I think that Sinner is just, well, I mean, I don't know, maybe he still comes back in the set or something, but this is a set where I don't think he really has it 100%. And we've seen it on occasion, this event, as I said earlier, against Mute, especially Dimitrov the last 15 minutes, apparently against Gasquet the last 15 minutes, but I'm not going to say it, that it 100% happened, because as I said, I did not watch it. And that's finally a winner for Jannik Sinner. I didn't want to rhyme there. But yeah, it's a cross court down the line forehand combination. Finally, there's a short ball he actually cracks and it's in. Well, I guess it's not that they weren't going in earlier, it's he wasn't even cracking them. Trying to go backhand line here, Carlos, but it's a little optimistic. I think it's important for him to not go away from the plan. He is 5-2 up, so it's easy to just start feeling comfortable, right? And just enter that mode where you're like, okay, I'm gonna win the set anyway. I might as well start playing like normal. But I think it's pretty important for him to keep sticking to the game plan and sort of just make sure that this second set is in the bag and start a new match essentially next in the third. It's an interesting drop shot from Alcaraz, and he's gonna win the point. He was like kind of off balance there, but manages to make something out of nothing, I suppose. It's 2 points away from the set now on the Sinner serve. And again, we are in a rally. Sinner going down the line with the backhand. Alcaraz gonna give him a short ball, and Sinner should be able to convert it. Yes, he does. 40-30. He is breathing like a little heavily too, I think, in my book. But yeah, of course, right now that's not the most important thing. The most important thing whether Alcaraz is able to take that second set, and if he does, we will still have a bit of a clean slate coming up. And is it going to be Sinner claiming that first game, actually stopping a run of 5 consecutive ones for Carlos? And yes, and it's with another winner. So I think he had 2 winners and a forced error in this game. So, it is progress for Jannik definitely after that run of 5 in a row. But well, now Alcaraz will have to serve for the second set. He does not have the cushion of, potentially losing serve and still having one more like Sinner head in the opener. So it's such a crucial game for Carlos. We'll find out soon how he approaches it and whether Sinner is able to push him or not. And did my Polish junior win? Oh my god, they're in the third set tiebreak, 4-1. Is the third set tiebreak actually? I don't know if any of you guys know that the answer to that question. I don't even know the answer to that question, but is the third set tiebreak in the juniors also to 10 points or not? And he actually saved 3 match points in the third set. Jesus. That's a crazy. Oh, sorry guys, you probably heard that noise, but yeah, that's a crazy match right there. I just don't know if they're playing to 10 points or to 7 points in the third set tiebreak in the juniors. I don't think I've watched a match that went to the third set tiebreak in the juniors this year, so I don't even know. But yeah, first point gone to Alcaraz while I was talking. Second one, forehand cross. He has Jannik on the back foot, and Jannik won't even get like close to that ball. Should have made a few more steps. So it's fairly low so far, pretty routine. But of course, as we mentioned earlier, most of the holds in this match so far for Alcaraz have not been routine generally. There's going to be a mark check from Eva Zderaki-Moore, and I think she's right that the serve is out. Carlos not too happy about it, but I do think she's right looking at the mark. I think both semis today are umpired by women. I don't know if it's important or not, but it's kind of interesting. The other will be Mariana Veljovic. think it's the second year as well that Roland Garros did that with the men's semifinals, which definitely is some sort of a choice for them, right? I mean, I don't think it's just like they definitely look at it. I don't know if they should. Probably not. Like probably it should be just whoever is good, right? But obviously these ladies do know their stuff, so it's not really that important to me. But I just thought of that, so I figured why not point it out. Forehand drop shot. There's no way Sinner will catch it before the double bounce. Yeah. As I said earlier, I think Jannik is moving fine laterally, but front and back, could be better. Could be a little better. So yeah, it is 2 set points for Carlos Alcaraz after about 1 hour and 30 minutes of play. We basically can start this off again as a best of 3 match in a way. And we will, because the backhand return from Sinner is miles out. What a weird match so far. I think during the set, I've already given you plenty of comment on how it's been going, but I do think that, we have to mention again that from 2-6 love to down, Alcaraz just started winning so many points again. And I mean, most of that, I think, has been due to Sinner's game aggressively being just a lot more impotent. Two ways you can look at it. Both Sinner having like some sort of physical dip, and I guess maybe it's also caused by the Alcaraz game and how he's been like pushing him in that manner so far. But also maybe it's just all the height variation just making it tough, making it tricky for Jannik. To an extent, that's definitely true as well. And yeah, so far we've seen that very different version of Jannik Sinner in the second set. He only hit 3 winners and 12 unforced errors. And as I said earlier as well, the loops are actually leading to something, with Carlos being able to take them now with some better range on the forehand. Hello, hello, hello.
Hey. Yeah, I can come back for a few minutes. Yeah, it's kind of a weird match. And I heard your commentary obviously saying best. I've been tuning in via YouTube, so I'm not behind your commentary. You're absolutely in sync with Boris Becker, and because I've also got Boris on talking German. Yeah, it's a kind of a weird match. I like the way that Alcaraz has turned this around. Do you think Jannik maybe a little physically has just dipped a little bit? I heard you highlight that one where he was stretching for a backhand. It was a fairly low bouncing one, but yeah, do we think there's been a little dip there from Jannik?
Yeah, it wasn't the fact that he didn't get it. It was more the way that he didn't get it. Like he was just like kind of wobbling, and I don't know. Yeah, I think that Sinner had a big physical dip in this set. Is it caused more by the fact that the way that Carlos is playing is sort of forcing him, pushing him for more? Maybe. But again, as I said at the very beginning of the stream, like we actually saw some, like it was foreshadowed during the event a little bit. So I guess even though I have no idea what will happen next now, because this match has been pretty weird, I still have to say that, well, with Alcaraz, we kind of know what we're getting next, right? Like of course, he had zero confidence or range on the forehand in the first set, but like these are just like game issues rather than maybe something he cannot really control. With Sinner, we are actually unsure whether this second set will be more like the first. Well, the third set will be more like the first, or like the second when he suddenly cannot wrap up points. And yeah, just even if he's given a short ball, he's not really able to crack it for the most part. The last 2 games were a bit better in this regard, I think, just a bit better. So yeah, it just makes it, I guess, a little more. There are a little more doubts about Sinner right now.
It's intriguing. Physical issues,
said, actually.
Physical issues aside, it feels like the 2 sets have been polar opposites. And both sets have been about really the player that's lost it, if you like. The focus in the first set was understandably on Alcaraz and the forehand and just how he was finding it difficult to get in good positions and win points. And the second set, we talk about the physical dip, particularly, don't forget, of course, well, I know you won't forget, but he was up a break, of course, at the beginning there, and it was looking pretty gloomy. I do like the way that Alcaraz, I don't know if that was a tactic at the beginning, and but I like the way he sort of evolved with that sort of, okay, that's nice. That's interesting how I won that loopy point in I think a service hold around about 30-15 in a particular game. I think it was probably his first maybe game of the match at 4-love. And then he's thought, okay, I think I'll do a few more points like this and see how that works out. And it has kind of worked out for him. But I don't know. Are we leaning one way or the other, or is it so random that it's difficult to make that call?
It is kind of random. I think, Carlos, we don't really see any physical questions yet. And that makes me think, okay, so it might continue from Sinner. Like, we might actually get Jannik Sinner playing like this for the next 2 sets, and then Carlos probably wins. I think that evolution that you're talking about, like, that must have been a game plan that Carlos entered the match with as well, because it's just so obvious after Indian Wells. And, well, it is slightly different. There's
was he using an Indian Wells, was he?
Oh, yeah, like, that's pretty much how he beat Jannik. It wasn't maybe, like, that defensive, but, like, that's how he was setting up the forehands for himself pretty much.
Okay.
So
I fell asleep. There was a rain delay, and I think you and Nick may have been doing the commentary, and I fell asleep.
I was doing the commentary with someone. I don't remember
Nick, I think. Or it could have been Jack, but I think Nick.
But yeah, basically also in the first set, like, the difference is that even if he's trying to go for it, it's kind of pointless because it doesn't lead to anything if his forehand is AWOL, right? Because you're only doing this, like, you're not doing this to make Jannik miss. He's probably not going to miss like this. You're doing this to set up a good ball for yourself eventually. And in the second set, he actually, is taking them. I feel like he's also much more comfortable inside in, inside out, rather than down the line. It's probably something mechanical in terms of the injury, or maybe confidence-wise in terms of the injury. The recent injury, of course, he's not like properly injured anymore. But it does look a bit better for Alcaraz. Like, there's a very clear path to victory right now if Sinner doesn't, I don't know, I don't even know if he can adjust his game plan if Sinner doesn't bring back the intensity that he was playing with earlier.
I like paths to victory. I like to talk about them, and I remember speaking to Steve Link about it with the Ruud Alcaraz match in particular. Sorry, Ruud Zverev, because there are paths to victory for both players, and I think I find that quite intriguing. Although I do make Zverev the favourite in that one. And we've got a sticky start to this third set as well. I'll stay probably until my friend arrives, who's coming, by the way, having just played tennis himself. So I told him he's not allowed to sit on the couch
because of the shower. Give him a towel and he'll be fine. But by the way, I know that everyone is definitely interested in this, but Tomasz Berkieta did make the Roland Garros final. He actually saved 3 match points today against Lorenzo Carboni. And we have a fourth, I guess the third pole ever in a boys singles Grand Slam final after Gavron and Janowicz, but Janowicz was there twice. No one has ever won it yet. So, some history awaits for Berkieta tomorrow. I have to say, though, that I don't really think this impacts his future too much, but it would be cool if he got it done. I still have so much confidence for him in the pros, especially as he's like one of these juniors who's, for now just super erratic, but once he starts making better use of the weaponry and the easy power that he has, he's going to be huge either way. But it would be cool for him to get this done. Hopefully he's not going to be too tired after playing for 2 hours and 50 minutes today. 15:30 was already there, right? For
30 all now. But when he was match points down, maybe he took inspiration from even the defeats available in all good bookstores. Yes, it is Boiler Boy Jake. He's a character, let's say that, and he's coming over for an hour, but so he'll only be here probably. I sort of speculated in the chat, I think, for the third set. But he'll be here shortly and he'll stay for an hour. I think he's also practicing later as well. Game point now for Jannik. So a chance to, I guess you could say he arrested the slide when he stopped that 5-game winning run, and he should put that volley away when he does. But at least now he's ahead on the scoreboard, if you like. So he has arrested the slide in that respect too. It's just very difficult to tell. I think that the disparity between the two players was maybe greater in the first set. I know it's 2 breaks and 1, so that might seem obvious, but it's not always the case. I mean, you can have some pretty competitive 6-love sets. I don't think I anticipated the dip that we got from Jannik in the second set. I thought Carlos is going to have to go up 2 gears. I think in the end, he went up half a gear, and that ended up being enough. But yeah, we're not seeing the fireworks yet. And Matthew there is suggesting we might see them in set 3. I mean, I'm okay with it. No, I don't. I'm not sure we will. I'm not sure we will at all.
I think the match will not get better. Yeah.
No, I think you're right. But I'm okay with that as long as it.
Yeah,
my biggest concern would be a 3-set bore fest. Like if the first set and it had been all that way, or the second set was the same the other way for Alcaraz all the way through. But if we get an intriguing event with, you know, maybe I'm very much in the minority, but I was still glued to my seat when Zverev and Thiem were just both struggling in that match, and particularly probably from the third set onwards, I still found it gripping.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely remember watching it. I have a very a specific memory where I was watching it, so that means that it left a mark in a way.
I was watching it with a very strong Novak fan. Oh, I mean, thankfully he wasn't in that final, put it that way. But yeah, I was watching it with a big Novak fan in Zurich.
I was watching by myself at night in my hometown, and I remember texting with a friend of mine who was like, maybe even bet on Zverev or something like that. And after 2 sets, he was like so cocky, because he said, I told you, Thiem is just trash, It had to be Zverev. And then, I could sort of follow along with his meltdown later on. Along with the Zverev meltdown, there was also the meltdown of my friend. But yeah, it was still a good affair. Yeah, and then today has been entertaining too. I just, the fact that we have no idea what's going to happen. Like the worst thing that could potentially take place in this match is that Sinner never really recovers that intensity from the first set. And we start, there's an early break here, early break in the fourth, and we basically start counting games towards the end of the match. Like that would be the worst thing about this. Of course, one of the players getting injured, seriously, that will also be one of the worst things about this. But outside of these pretty random events, it's still going to be entertaining until the end. But I don't know. Just again here, you can see just in a few seconds, the Alcaraz backhand clearing the line. And
hey, Florian, no, I don't care for coffee. No. I'm on the Radler. I'm on the Radler. You can't go from Radler and change it up to coffee. Don't buy me coffee. Don't buy me coffee. That's for sure. No, I'm fine for Radler as well. By the way, yeah. So I'm fine for Radlers. I'm fine for everything. But thank you for your very kind offer of offering to buy me a coffee. But you can't go shandy then coffee. That's just wrong, basically. And I think it should be, unlike Alexander Zverev, I think it should go to prison for that. Shandy, yeah, Radler. Yeah. All right. In Switzerland, they call them panache, even in the German part, just so you know. All right. See you soon. Bye.
I will have to plug in my charger pretty soon, so I think we might get some noise.
Yeah, plug in your charger because I have to leave again for an hour or so, as I said, probably from pretty much this set, well, depending on how it pans out.
Yeah, but that actually, never mind. I mean, it doesn't really matter when I do it, I guess.
Got it. But I mean, I'm here for at least 5 more minutes anyway.
Later on, we might get some better sound quality at some point once it's back to being, 70%, and I can take it out or something like that. But anyway, we'll see. Maybe it behaves, but I don't have high hopes. But anyway, we are love 30 again. There's a Sinner double fault to go love 15 down, and now another point that Carlos wins. Well, I would say the ginger is kind of moving gingerly when covering his backhand corner, but
that was maybe your best pun or best. It made me chuckle, and I think most of them don't.
Most
Jannik.
of them definitely don't make you chuckle.
No,
I
no.
have to
And
admit that.
what makes me more annoyed is the fact that you chuckle at them yourself. I think that adds to my chagrin. But also then when you get some support in the live chat, I'm like, I'm going. I'll see you later. Ozan here, by the way, asking if I was at the US Open covering that tournament. Oh my goodness me. I think if you were media and you were covering that tournament, I think that I want crowds. Of course I do. But if you said to me, there's one tournament, John, you're going to be one of 7 people in the stadium and you're there and you're that privileged. Oh boy, I'd be talking about that for years.
There was also a question from Sean that I saw about, like, if you were to be great at one sport, would it be tennis? And I would choose tennis. Like, it's not the smartest thing to do, I guess. There are sports when the top players have like better quality life, but obviously if you're a top tennis player, it's still so much money.
What is top? Because if it's top 200,
No, I mean, he said great, so I'm assuming we're talking about like top 50, 20 at least. Yeah.
Well, great. I think is you've got to win a slam, right?
At least. I mean, I'm saying at least.
Yeah.
That's why, like, if you're a proper top player, you still earn a lot of money. You still are set for life. So I would definitely go tennis just because it's my favorite sport. And in the meantime, we have 2 breakpoints for Sinner. One of them has already been cleared with.
You mean Alcaraz, right?
Serve. Oh yeah, for Alcaraz, but one of them has already been cleared with the unreturned serve. But earlier also a pretty poor +1 backhand. I don't know. It's not looking better this set from Sinner, but obviously that won't mean much unless Alcaraz breaks.
Yeah, right. I think that was you say unreturned serve, and I understand why. I wonder if Alcaraz could have gone for a bit more of a two-hander on that rather than sticking out the racket and hoping he sort of just loops it back in play and Sinner puts away a potential smash. I mean, in the end, he didn't even, get it anywhere. But sometimes I just wonder that sometimes we go, you know what, I'm just going to get a racket on this when if you could have it in slow motion. Oh, there's a nice ace down the tee from Jannik to save that one.
Yeah, but I mean, do you have time for that?
No, of course you don't. No, of course you don't. But the best players of all time sort of seem to make the decision better than I do. That's for sure. Someone here suggesting that maybe you could choose chess and you'd be undefeated against Magnus Carlsen. Ozan is suggesting that, by the way.
Yeah, sure. I mean, you could, but then in chess, like, unless you're Magnus, literally, unless you're Magnus or like a popular streamer, you are not earning money. Like in chess, it's way worse than in tennis. Chess is like, 100 players maybe like have a good living or something like that. So I don't think chess is a good idea. Although, yeah, it would be great. I mean, chess, even though it's kind of not, is generally associated with high intelligence. Like it's mostly pattern recognition, but memory as well. But it is kind of associated with like this intelligent sport, right? And like if you're playing chess, you're probably have a high IQ, which again is not really true, but like maybe for that reason it would be a cool one to choose in that thing. But yeah, and one more breakpoint now.
Yeah, we'll talk about this breakpoint, but remind me to talk about.
There's nothing to talk about, John. There's nothing to talk about. So you can go ahead because. Oh, actually, maybe there is something to talk about because I thought this was out, but what's happening now?
You're ahead of me, so go on, keep talking.
Oh, no, okay. It turns out that the Sinner shot was on the baseline, so I think we should be replaying, but I also don't remember how the point looked exactly. Yeah, we are replaying the point. I think it was called out, the Sinner shot.
Oh, I see. My volume's down. So it was called out. Alcaraz, I guess it's like a bit like what do you call it? Not infringement, but when a player calls out during a point. What do we call that in tennis? Hindrance, right? It's not hindrance, I know, but we have the same scenario in that. Well, you got to replay the point, right? Actually, a hindrance, I think you would lose the point, right?
Yeah, because you hindered. But there's actually a lot to talk about with the next breakpoint. I might even let you see it, or I might as well just talk about it for 10 seconds, and you're gonna see it anyway. But again,
serving down the tee, forehand turn. Thank you. Forehand to forehand right now. Nice one there. Not bad from Jannik. Is that pass going to go in? It is. Wow. Now that's sort of an electric point that probably we haven't even come close to for most of the day. And of course, an electric point often ends with Alcaraz winning it. I looked at the highlights reel once for the US Open quarterfinal, and there were a lot of highlights in there, and Sinner was winning a lot of those points. But for a match that was 5 sets, I think if you just watched the highlights and didn't know the score, you would assume that Alcaraz won more comfortably because all the highlights were coming off his racket. Anyway, that was that particular US Open match. What did I want to say? I want to talk about Garry Kasparov just very quickly, because that intelligence thing is very interesting. And I remember talking to someone once about him, getting into politics potentially. I know he's a kind of an exile in the US, and I think he probably would have liked to get into Russian politics, but there's one or two people in the way.
He was hoping to candidate against Putin, right?
Well, yeah,
in
but
the presidential election, but they
candidate
stopped him from doing
against
that.
Putin.
Yeah, no, I mean there are candidates there. Like, he is not the only one on the ballot, right? But they actually stopped him, I think, in terms of like putting some people close to him in jail and stuff, and yeah, I think now he has the US and the Croatian citizenship.
Yeah. Yeah, just quickly, because I want to end this, but I remember someone saying the problem is with people in those industries or in chess, for example, is their thinking is so linear that there's just straight lines. There's black and white, and there's rules. Whereas in politics, of course, there's a lot of grey areas. Anyway, I have got to go, and I'll speak to you soon.
Yeah, kind of makes sense actually, because Gary is definitely like quite woke in terms of his politics. He's actually my favorite chess player of all time, for sure. But well, not necessarily for his politics, even though for the most part I agree with them. But for the most part, at least. But yeah, just in terms of the chess playing style and in general being like well, I can't say an idol fully, but when I did start getting into chess sort of as a kid, then Magnus was like not yet around, or at least wasn't that much of a figure yet. So Kasparov was definitely the guy who kind of was the one for me when I was about 10 or something. Not that I'm a good chess player, but I know how the pieces move, let's say. And a bit more, but just a bit more. But anyway, 2-1 here for Alcaraz. He lost the first point, and I already forgot how, because I started talking about Garry Kasparov and stuff. But I will probably know more about the next points, hopefully. Now it's Alcaraz approaching the net, and his forehand drop volley is just spectacular. I don't think it was that clean. I think, the control over it wasn't fully there, but who cares about that when it looks that good? Oh, I think earlier maybe John was talking something about what was it? Sorry, guys. Yeah, okay. So we do have the noise back for now. I will try to limit it at least a little bit. But well, until my laptop doesn't get charged up again to at least like 50% or something like that, it would be kind of pointless to take it out again. But hopefully it will behave at least to a decent extent. Okay, so there's a double fault from Carlos to go 15-30 down now. Well, I did something anyway. Never mind. Was there anything in the chat that I have to talk about? John, is there better feeling in life than that first sip of coffee in the morning? John, unfortunately, is not here to answer that, but I do not drink coffee, so to me, it doesn't sound too appealing. 15-30 now after the double fault, but there's a backhand down the line from Alcaraz, which might be his best of the match so far, to be honest. Alcaraz in the live chat while playing the only real sport. That's definitely not something I have to talk about. The backhand pass, stunning for sure, yes. Hindrance is when you hinder, yes, absolutely. That's the most important quote of today. First highlight, real point of the match, says Jake, with that backhand cross pass. There were a couple of drop shots from either players before, but yeah, probably it's the first like truly spectacular one. There was a decent Sinner forehand pass, but yeah, if we were to say what the best shot of the match so far was, definitely that. Now Alcaraz getting on the defense though. Can Sinner actually force him to miss? He can. Some of these forehand slices from Carlos here, I mean, it's not really a shot that he's been going for the entire match, so I'm surprised to maybe see him use it here a couple of times in a row. Jake says it adds to the viewing experience. Fantastic. David saying he's a favorite chess player in such a casual way. Yeah, I mean, uh, of course, I don't have a favorite sports person in every single sport, but in the ones that I follow more or less, I do, and I do follow chess. Actually, the World Championship, the World Grand Prix, and stuff. I do actually follow it quite a bit. So it's kind of natural for me to have a favorite chess player. You might also say that chess isn't a sport, which sure, but well, you can still have a favorite chess player, I guess. That's a weird game now as Sinner hits this deep return at Alcaraz. Carlos just like blocks it with the backhand, and then Sinner has that inside out opportunity and he takes it. So it's 2 games all now. And as we were saying before this third set, like there's just absolutely zero intel in terms of what's going to happen from here, and that probably adds to the excitement. As I think I had something to say earlier about the entertainment value or something like that, but oh yeah, I know what I wanted to say. That I'm watching this right now, and you know what I'm thinking about, guys? Like this does not necessarily have to be the virtual final of the French Open, and it also again like brings up these questions because these guys aren't playing that amazing today, and it really brings up some questions regarding the fact that Dimitrov, Tsitsipas, all of these guys that they beat along the way, they weren't even able to push them, which is crazy to me. Like again, it just kind of shows you that they are so much better than the rest of the field. And even when we thought the French Open was going to be so open and yeah, just anyone can take it scenario, it actually wasn't, because even at 85%, Alcaraz and Sinner dominate against most of the field at least. Let's remember that Ruud and Zverev were also in that group of players that we were expecting a lot from. And also, what I have to say is that yeah, just watching this right now, I'm not actually sure that either of these guys has to beat Ruud or Zverev in the final. Whereas just like starting this match, really, I was thinking, yeah, maybe because well, Alcaraz and Sinner, they probably don't have that much to be afraid of against Ruud. Zverev has been playing so gutlessly, I think, the last few rounds and just not really showing that more aggressive version of his tennis that he probably needs to beat the top guys. I don't know. I mean, it's been a bit weird, and I'm not really sure what to think about it because these guys don't seem to be at the peak of their powers, which will make it just incredible for either one of them if he actually picks up a slam in this state, because this won't be Sinner 2024 Australian Open when he's just unplayable for the entire 2 weeks. If Jannik wins the slam, it's going to be completely different. Like it's just going to be a Sinner when for 2 weeks he plays 90% of his game. He has physical deeps like in the second set, and he still manages to do it. So maybe the opportunity for a first-time slam champ is still there with Ruud or Zverev. Or obviously it was still there before this match as well, before we saw how they were going to be going at each other, but maybe it's actually like very I don't know, very real, very palpable. Anyway, 15:30 again. Sinner won the only point of the game so far with an ace, but he's losing the rallies, so the break hasn't really changed much. I do definitely I started questioning the decision making of Alcaraz in the previous game a little bit because again he was just going for shots that earlier he wasn't even trying, like the forehand slices when they weren't necessary, or that backhand block of the baseline. I don't know. It just seems like Carlos found a really nice tactical idea in the second set, and even the first set, really, at the end of it, and I'm not confident that he will stick to it. Like I'm not confident that he will stick to what works, because he sometimes tends to be. I would say sometimes his mental game is like just go for whatever is the flashiest, right? Just go for whatever is the risky, flashy, the fun shot. And I don't think he can really afford it. However, of course, Sinner is still a little off here, and it's 15:40 again after an Alcaraz forehand cross winner. This first serve from Sinner wasn't even that huge, honestly. And let's see, Alcaraz has him on the ropes here, but Jannik's defense is pretty good. And the drop shot, Yeah, should have won the point, and I think he does eventually. It was a really good moment for that dropper from Sinner, I have to say, because Carlos was way back up, and even well, he wasn't way back up actually. He was pretty close to the baseline, but he was on the back foot in terms of his gravity center and stuff. Seems like Sinner is struggling with something though. He stopped, and maybe it's like hand cramp or something. I'm not sure, but he was like showing something. He's also giving Alcaraz the thumbs up here just to show that he's okay. So there is something wrong with Sinner at the moment. Not really sure what that is right now, but well, 30-40. He is about to serve. It's going to be a let first serve. Yeah, he's stretching his wrist. He's stretching his left hand, actually, the one that holds the ball for the toss. Is it just like kind of some finger cramps like Carlos had in Cincinnati last year, for example? I have no idea, guys, but it's a great serve. I mean, it took a while for us with that let and with Jannik just taking some time to recover. It took a lot for us to get to this point, but when we actually did, it's a great serve out wide. Not possible to get this back into play from Carlos, so it's back to deuce. And we saw earlier in one of the stats that Infosys was showing us that Carlos was like 1 out of 6 on the points at deuce in this match. But I think this stat probably has evened out a little bit since that was when he was still like maybe tied in the second set or something like that, or maybe 4-2 in the second set. But anyway, let's see who takes this important one, who takes this pressure point. It's a deep serve, and I think it might be out from Jannik. Again, with that, this time with the right hand as well, I guess. Yeah, he's like, I'm not sure how to describe it, but he has his hand and he's like trying to stretch his fingers in a way. I don't know, but yeah, something is bothering him in this game anyway. If you're watching, not only listening to the commentary, you probably saw all these things too. You might have an idea on what's happening to him that will be more accurate than mine. But for now, let's just see if Jannik can defend this break point. It's a let on the second serve this time. Some things are getting quite tense. He has Alcaraz on the stretch, really should be finishing that point off, and he is with the forehand down the line. I think that's a little passive from Alcaraz as well in terms of, again, his positioning. Kind of just expecting Sinner to give him the game, and he's not. Seven minutes in. We are still at deuce, and yeah, it just doesn't seem like Sinner will gift the game to Alcaraz for now. And Carlos, the last couple of breakpoints, is kind of expecting it, it seems. There's not that much positive intent. But I mean, maybe Sinner, of course, did double fault to go down a breakpoint on the previous deuce point. But yeah, now he cracks one of his first forehands down the line in a while, Sinner. That's a great one from Jannik here. He was close to missing the previous forehand cross, but once that landed in and Alcaraz lifted the ball a little bit, but just a little bit, Jannik really found himself so comfortable there on that down the line finish. 12 forehand winners from Alcaraz, just 7 from Sinner in the entire match. But as we know, only 3 winners in the second set from Jannik in general. So it's just not been a very winner-heavy day from him, as a whole. Advantage Sinner now. He could really use just getting off the court. Getting to his bench here, it seems. And yes, he double faults now. There's definitely been some worried looks from Darren Cahill and Simone Vanozzi the last few minutes too. I mean, I'm sure they are more aware of what's happening to their protege than I am. I'm gonna look at probably after the game. I'm gonna look at the comments in the chat to see if any one of you made any good points about this. But yeah, can Jannik actually just survive in this game? Because that's the only thing he's trying to do right now. And Carlos helping him out a little bit with this overcooked backhand return. It's besides a battle of tennis and a battle of physicality, it's also a battle of will, of course, and just sort of mentally, it seems like Jannik is still pretty strong despite struggling physically at the moment. Whereas Alcaraz, we are seeing that he kinda is expecting Sinner to roll over, and I don't know if it's a good plan in the long run. Nice forehand loop there from Alcaraz. Will he actually get anything out of it? Well, eventually he does, as Jannik is forced to go forehand down the line, but in a less comfortable position than that previous one. Definitely way less open here. And it's back to deuce. It's like 10 minutes, I think, in this game right now. And it's not good for the player who's, as I said earlier, walking gingerly at the moment. But of course, Alcaraz would just like to claim this and break anyway, not keep Sinner for 15 minutes here and risk not getting that game. There's a backhand drop shot coming in from Sinner, but I don't think it's good enough. Yeah, I mean, this was just a bailout. If it was a good enough bailout, like Alcaraz was 5 meters behind the baseline, if it was a good enough bailout, then he would have won the point, but it wasn't. So it's one more break point for Alcaraz. Something is wrong with Sinner. I, again, don't really know what it is. At this stage, I don't even know if it's the hand or if the... I mean, he's even walking weirdly now, but... It's a funny match for sure. I don't think we will get better tennis from these guys, but hopefully it just remains tight, It just remains entertaining. But yeah, I think these hopes that both guys will peak in the same set, like I think we can throw that out of the window. I don't think neither is. I don't think either is quite ready for it today, especially Jannik. It seems, and Alcaraz just gives him that backhand cross court, so it's one for deuce here. They just cannot claim that game. Neither player can actually find a way. 11 minutes already, and we can't see an end to it. We just can't. We're not approaching the end of this game. It seems we're just constantly progressing with this, and we're just constantly, actually not progressing with this, and we're just constantly prolonging it. I think it's an ace from Jannik. I think so. Yeah. To his credit, he's definitely standing pretty strong mentally, all things considered. He's got another chance to claim it. That backhand cross that Alcaraz missed on the previous game, that on the previous point, like that will haunt him. But here it's just an ace that again comes in really clutch. I think this set the Jannik serving has been, well, I don't know if it's been as good as it can be from him, but at least on individual points, it's really helping him out. And the same here again. 3-2 Sinner, Alcaraz was a bit too passive on some of these breakpoints, and he pays the price. Yeah, exactly, Jake. Both right and left hand, right? And also Terry is right about the hip. Like at this stage, I don't even know if it's the hip, the hands. I mean, it seems like everything is kind of failing for Jannik at the moment. Do we have a physio visit here for the Italian? It seems like it. Yeah, we do. He's showing the hands to the physio. I'm not really sure, but yeah, both left hand, both right hand, and also the hip. So, all right. I'll see what was there earlier. Gambits and Bob's random question about Iga. Okay. But when she went with juniors and she was up and coming, was there already talk about her potentially being great in Poland? Like, what was the discussion about her back then? Yeah, actually, yes. Her matches at Roland Garros and Wimbledon in 2018 in the juniors, they were shown on Polish TV. Like, the Eurosport was transmitting them. It was pretty big when she was playing Katie McNally. in that Roland Garros semi and lost to her. I think later she played like maybe Whitney Osuigwe, right, somewhere, and then Lonnie King in the final at Wimbledon. Like these matches were shown on Polish TV, and these matches were talked about. Yes. So when she was winning Roland Garros, well, making the semis in Roland Garros juniors and winning Wimbledon in 2018, these matches were already big news in Poland. Yes. Good one from Sworna there. Both of these players will lose to Iga at RG. Maybe. Carlitos should hit some droppers and make Sinner run north-south. I agree, Ozan, but the last game he was just so far behind the baseline that he never got a shot, right? To do that. But yeah, on his serve, it's possible he will be going for it, as it seemed like Sinner's lateral movement is much better than the one up and down the court. Maybe, however, we are going to see some massive intent from Jannik now. I mean, that was a great return 1-2 punch. That's actually, the Sinner that we know and love. But is it just desperation tactics, or did that very brief MTO help in any way? I don't know. I guess it wasn't an MTO there. It was just like a physio visit on the changeover. But yeah, sometimes we use these terms and just don't really differentiate between them, whereas of course they are different. Yeah, and we see that what you wanted, Ozan. So Carlos, that short forehand squash shot, inviting Sinner into the net and then just lobbing him. I have to say this forehand squash shot was like much better than I anticipated. When I saw Carlos going for it, I was just like, okay, so Sinner is gonna have a good chance to win the point now, because he's so close to the baseline anyway, and like he's probably just gonna get a short ball out of this. But this ball was actually pretty uncomfortable, and yeah, it sets up Alcaraz for the lob, which he takes in great fashion as well. Yeah, the ball is in. I think Jannik not even bothering to call the umpire, so we're gonna repeat. We're gonna replay. But yeah, maybe this is the game where Jannik makes some sort of inroads on the Alcaraz serve. I think that's getting through that previous one, 12 or 13 minutes. That was, of course, massive for Sinner mentally. And it seems like right now he is playing with like a bit more, I don't want to call it desperation, but just, yeah, more sense of I have to go for it. And so far, it's leading to some pretty good points. And this lob, for example, from Alcaraz, when he tried to go for the drop shot lob combo, that was not it. That was just so short. And Jannik takes advantage. So 15-30 now. Alcaraz was so close to going 3-2 up with a break in this third set, but now suddenly he has to be very cautious here, as things are getting quite tricky for him. The serve giving him nothing, even though there was the replay. Like both first serves just didn't make any impact. Whew, and he goes for a serve and volley here. I mean, risky, ballsy, stupid, I think, as well. But Yannick's return doesn't make it over the net. I do think Carlos would have been in big trouble, though, if it did. So, yeah, I mean, this is looking quite shaky from Alcaraz, not gonna lie. And we still don't really know all that much, I suppose. Backhand cross court, Alcaraz approaching the net. It's a decent drop volley. Oh my god, this was close to a sensational point, but that's anticipation from Alcaraz is not enough. I don't know. I mean, as I said earlier, maybe like you kind of have Carlos having that, like you kind of have Carlos with this good tactical approach that he's had since the middle of set one. But do you actually trust he will continue like this? Because the last 2 points are telling me no. 15-30, he goes for a serve volley. Now another kamikaze approach. Like he's kind of just into minds tactically, and that happens to him quite a lot, right? And he has to save a breakpoint now. Of course, Sinner saving a billion of them in the last game. Some of them pretty much because Alcaraz failed to threaten. And let's see, because this is such an important point now. 5 minutes ago we wouldn't be like close to thinking that Sinner can be 4-2 up here, but he is. Well, sorry, but he can, and well, not yet at least, as there's a backhand cross-court trade which Jannik tries to break out of with the backhand down the line, and it's not successful. But yeah, like this is getting weird, tense, and even though seemingly one player is holding up much better physically, he is definitely a bit all over the place tactically, mentally at the moment. Not really able to set for one plan. Very deep return from Jannik. He really should be getting this point, and he will. That's an excellent effort on that forehand on the stretch. So far out of the court when hitting the return, and yet he still produces pace, yet he still produces depth, yet he still pretty much produces everything here. Roddick, as soon as he saw Alcaraz stretching his hand last year, he knew the match was done. Well, Sinner is stretching out his hand now. Yeah, but I guess the difference was that Carlos was stretching out his hand at the beginning of the first set of the third set tiebreak, right? So there were only a few points left in the match anyway. Whereas here we might actually get like 1.5 hours of 1.5 hours of action or something like that. So well, there might be time for that to go away from Jannik. Well, Alcaraz goes for the serve and volley again, but the kick serve is good enough. And of course, the finish as well, quite spectacular, but it's really the kick serve that did all the damage. That's actually a serve and volley that I can get behind, unlike the previous one at 15:30 when I said that's just dumb. But that's okay. Like, yeah, he actually made a good setup serve for it instead of just risking it all. The first serve from Alcaraz seems to be even worse in this game in terms of just like not doing anything. And that's a let on the second, I think. Jannik was fooled there because he was trying to run around and Alcaraz went to his wide forehand actually. This time the run around comes into play and the pace on it, again, the depth on the forehand return from Sinner is causing Alcaraz plenty of issues. If Alcaraz had a serve, he could actually be running away with this set by now, or maybe the match, but he doesn't really have one today, it seems. And it's another breakpoint for Sinner, so this is kind of like mimicking that previous game. And well, seemingly he made the right setup for the serve and volley now as well, but he gets burned by the Sinner backhand return cross court. It's a winner, it's a great angle, it's perfect. Absolutely phenomenal stuff from Jannik here. And he breaks, so a bit of an unexpected turnaround, as at 2 games all, Jannik was struggling, Jannik was basically done. Alcaraz doesn't push for that break, and now he is the one facing issues. Now he is the one down the break in the third set, which, I mean, even if we've seen Carlos like a little stronger physically so far, going down 2 sets to 1, it won't be a comfortable position for him anyway. And he really needs to like get back on track mentally as well, I think, because it just went away from everything that was working in favor of just some random serve volleying and a very different approach to the game. Fun view here as some painter is like literally doing a painting right now on the courts of Roland Garros in the stands. And we had him choosing the color, and I guess he's probably using this much, how the court looks as inspiration. Well, the quality of this match is definitely like up and down. We've got Sinner making this backhand error here, again trying to jump through the Alcaraz loop and not getting close to getting it right. (5-2) for Sinner, given that he's getting so much more out of his serve. It would feel kind of like the set is done, Well, not fully, but for the most part. But of course, for free, and we're back in it. That's a big miss from Jannik too. I mean, he did everything right in this point. Again, punishes Alcaraz, who's just standing 3 meters behind the baseline. Goes down the line with the forehand. Carlos can only slice it back, but you gotta finish off that volley. And I think, of course, he was playing it from below the net, but that's his fault as well. That's like the fault of his timing approaching. But yeah, 15-30, as this just keeps getting messier and more unpredictable. But yeah, as I said earlier, I'm not disappointed by the quality of this match. I think it's still an entertaining thing. I guess I was just expecting it to look like this maybe after about 3 hours rather than after an hour, really. But it is what it is. That's better from Sinner, though. Alcaraz really needs to get some good loop and some good depth on these loops, because otherwise, of course, Jannik can blast through it like he did here with the inside and forehand, and by then the point is probably lost. I think that if Sinner makes the final, he could actually lose to Zverev, right? Just purely physically, because Zverev is like so good in making matches 4 hours and slogs. Maybe against Ruud he would actually enjoy himself more. Alcaraz would probably enjoy himself against Ruud a bit more too. Although I guess you can blast Zverev off the court sometimes. Phenomenal second serve from Sinner here. I think, yeah, Carlos was looking at the mark for a second, but it's not going to make a difference. It was still in, and it was still a fantastic angle. So it is a chance for Sinner to go 5-2 up. Alcaraz will not be happy about it, because at 2 games all, it still seemed like everything is sort of pointing towards his win, pointing towards his direction in terms of this set, but it's not like that anymore. As this time Sinner is throwing in the serve and volley, and Alcaraz won't make the return, so it's 5-2 for Jannik. What else do we have? For those who missed it, says Alex, Alcaraz was also stretching his hand a little earlier. They both feel tension, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I thought I saw that, but I wasn't sure. Thank you. Iga should have gotten a statue before Nadal. This is cake gate all over again. Is that really a discussion? Some quality could be higher, but the fact there is no huge dominance from both makes me compelling, intriguing. I have no idea how this is going to go. Yep. Am I near the ocean? I hear shorebirds. Well, I am near the sea. I am like 10 or 15 minutes from the sea, but I don't think that's what you meant. So, well, it is what it is. When my charger gets back up, I will probably be able to get back up to about 100. I will probably be able to eliminate the noise. They are now massaging the thigh of Jannik Sinner on the changeover. I guess it was the left thigh. So yeah, it just seems like everything is breaking down for Sinner's body right now, but he's still 5-2 up in this set. So, well, he's done a good job in like staying alive in that 2-0-1, and yeah, not looking back, as Alcaraz generally has dropped off a bit and doesn't seem to be playing with too much clarity anymore, unlike in the second set from love to down. So it's a disappointing third set effort from Alcaraz, I have to say, and just some really good mental game from Sinner to still be leading in it despite having all these problems, especially early on in the set, right? So let's just keep going. But well, a comeback here does feel possible, obviously, but well, it will hugely depend on how Sinner is serving in the next game. In that previous one, the second serve he had at 30 all, like that was just astonishing, you know. Alcaraz is like so intent on serve and volleying now. After the first serve, he didn't make the first serve, but he also doesn't make the second serve, so it's 15 all. Maybe it's Alcaraz now having some sort of physical crisis too. I mean, it's not as clear as it was with Sinner in sets 2 and 3, but he's kind of intent on finishing the points quite early on serve, and that wasn't how he was playing earlier, of course. Nice +1 forehand here, though. That's a really controlled attempt. No reaction from Juan Carlos Ferrero. But yeah, that's precisely what makes this shot dangerous when the owner of it is confident in his abilities and in his right arm. Still, I think he again wanted to serve and volley after that first serve. I don't know. It's on the outside. He just doesn't seem to be having like any other game plans right now. Well, maybe he just feels like he needs to as Sinner steps in for this backhand return down the line. That's basically unreachable. Alcaraz still gets it on the racket, but he won't get it into the court. I don't even know what I'm watching and what will happen in the fourth or fifth set if we. Well, we will definitely get a fourth set. Still don't know for who will be leading 2 sets to 1-up, but it seems like it will be Sinner. I think Jannik has moved up a little bit on the outside for that forehand return. And, well, previously he was getting so much good depth on it, but now he actually doesn't get the timing right. Maybe because he did move up a little bit. And 40-30 for Alcaraz to try to get us to 3-5 in that crucial game. Well, he'll try to ask some questions of Jannik on return. Nice serve, but it's again a neutral point. Nothing really coming for free now for Alcaraz, unless, of course, Sinner eventually makes an error in the rally, but yeah, it's eventually. But yeah, 5-3, clenched fist. Let's see what Sinner can do now. This might be this might as well be one of the crucial moments of the match if Alcaraz breaks back, right? But well, even if Sinner holds, obviously it's going to be one of the most crucial moments of the match. But yeah, that 2-all game, I think it still has to be somewhere in the Alcaraz mentality, that just blew his chance there so so heavily, and you could see just very visibly that Sinner was struggling there. Maybe that's also what got to Alcaraz, right? It's a common psychological trope, I think, in tennis matches and probably in more sports as well, that you see that the opponent is struggling and you kind of lose your mind for a moment. And that one game, that 13 or 20 minute or 12-minute game that Sinner won, it really allowed him to get back in control. Let's see if he can maintain that control as he starts the game with a double fault. Lots of them today. Only about 27-28% of the points won by both guys on second serve in set 3, which makes sense. Well, of course, it's Sinner who got the break, and he now serve and volleys as well, both of them going for it a lot, especially on the outside when they can just push the other guy out of the court. On this occasion, it does give Sinner the point. In fact, I don't think Sinner has missed a serve and volley point yet. Alcaraz definitely has, and it was that most important one, that break point in the fourth set, when Sinner found the short angle on the backhand return. So it's not, it's been a better play for Sinner than it's been for Alcaraz. Both of them are probably using it to shorten the points a little bit. Oh, it's such a short return from Alcaraz. That's just asking for trouble. You cannot be You cannot be at the back fence and then play a return as short as this. Like, it's just, the point is over. And Jannik makes sure that it's over with another powerful forehand, only giving Alcaraz that 1 in a million chance to catch it on the run, which that 1 in a million did not happen on this occasion. You remember there was a similar shot in the first set, I think, And it's an ace from Sinner to go 2 set points up. So it seems like that turnaround, I will say, even though it wasn't a proper turnaround yet, but like that winning that 5th game in this set, it's just, it was absolutely massive for Jannik. And it pretty much won him the set, which he deserves a lot of credit for, because he did stay strong mentally despite struggling in a physical way. And that took a bit from him, for sure. But after that, he's back on his feet a little bit more. And he is now 1 point away from getting us to the 4th set. And Alcaraz will completely ruin his motion on this next forehand. So 2-1 Sinner. Kind of unexpected given how the first 15-20 minutes of this set were going. But at least we don't get that scenario where one of the players is just, struggling to a point where they almost cannot play. At least not for now. 2.5 hours of play anyway. And Jannik Sinner leads 2-1 up. So if Carlos Alcaraz is going to stop him, he has to win the next 2 sets. We'd love to get a 5th set here, I think. Hopefully, if we get that, we will again have no idea what's about to happen. Yeah. It's almost my refrigerator, or almost. It's actually kind of my refrigerator. If you think about it, a laptop fan can be compared to a refrigerator. Like, it's supposed to keep things cool, right? That's kind of the main similarity, I would say. Yeah, Alcaraz will hit a line umpire with his backswing. He's so far back. Yeah, nothing wrong with that, but it's definitely not helping him. Of course, there is something wrong with hitting the line umpire. That's not what I mean, but nothing wrong with standing so far back. But you need to actually get some depth, some spin on it. You need to actually get something out of the return. Otherwise, you're toast. And well, he's not really doing that. Also, on the serve and volley attempts from Jannik, that's definitely not helping Alcaraz either, standing so far back. So it's a wild match so far. But for now, we are still in it. We are still into the 4th set. 2.5 hours between the two. When they played at the US Open, who was leading 2-1 up? My gut would say Sinner as well, right? But no, I actually don't remember. That match at the US Open was so long that I actually at some point completely forgot how the match went on, exactly, because it was 5 hours. And yeah. But I will check it right now. Of course, so far that was their only best of 5. Well, that was one of their. Today is their 3rd best of 5 sets match, but it was the only one that went to 5 sets. Yeah, it was Sinner. Yeah, because Carlos. I thought so, because Carlos saved a match point in the 4th set, right? Yeah, so it was even Jannik serving for the win, so it was very, very close to Sinner claiming it. Let's see if we get a 5th set here. Alcaraz hasn't looked that sharp, says Elam. The only thing wrong with hitting a line umpire is doing it before I can get to the TV. Yeah, and Alcaraz has definitely not looked that sharp the last set, since 2 games all, especially. Maybe even 2 games to 1. I think he was up a break early there, and then gets broken and then loses that crucial marathon game. But yeah, he definitely hasn't. It's less obvious to point out what exactly is wrong with him, whereas with Sinner we had some clear ideas. But yeah, we continue with this intriguing but weird encounter between 2 of the best players in the world, and well, this year probably the 2 best players in the world. I don't think Djokovic has done quite enough this year to really earn this status. So it's a double fault from Alcaraz to start off the 4th set. Definitely quite heavy on the double faults from both guys today. 8 for Sinner, 6 for Alcaraz. Most of them are pretty tame too, right? I mean, they're not trying to hit another first serve. They're not trying to build up an advantage with these second serves. They're just kind of dumping them middle of the net. But yeah, Alcaraz needs to find some new ideas, I suppose, even as to how to play this match. pretty soon, because that's just not gonna cut it what he was doing in the last few games of the first set. Needs to kind of find new energy and I guess return to what was working before with the game plan, you know. Try to set up these forehands for himself with the loops resetting the point, not go for these kamikaze serve and volleys, at least not all the time. I guess this was, of course, it's kind of worth it to mention that Daniel Medvedev semifinal at the U.S. Open last year, right, when Carlos lost confidence in his game at 3 games all in, at 3 points all in the first set tiebreak, and after that was like kind of using the serve and volley, which against Medvedev was generally like a 90% play for him. After that, he was just kind of using it as, well, not even as a strategy anymore. He was just doing it on every single point, and it was not going to work like this. Backhand drop shot from Alcaraz just touches the line here. Really balancing on a thin line here between like a spectacular play and just an unnecessary miss, but he is 40-15 up. Starting first this set as well, which of course could be just a little bit more confidence if he gets the job done, and he gets the job done with an ace out wide. So Alcaraz back on the, well, I mean, he did get back on the board, I guess, in the 3-5 game, 2-5 game in the third set, sorry, but just like back on the board, it seems, in terms of, well, being in a comfortable position for now in the fourth set. And let's see, can he actually hunt for some looks on the Sinner serve? So far, it kind of feels like, even though Sinner was 2 games to love up in the second set, it was probably more Alcaraz who blew his chances in the third set. But, you know, it wasn't anything super heavy either, I suppose, given that we've only had a 6-3 set so far. Nothing closer than that. But yeah, I would not expect both guys to like peak at the same time from here. We're probably stuck with this version of this match, which is entertaining, but it's not US Open 2022 quality wise, and maybe it will be drama wise. Although that's also a pretty tough one, because, well, the 2 tiebreaks that Alcaraz lost, then the match point save, and coming back from 5-3, you know, in that sense, it's also hard to catch the 2022 US Open. Gustavo Kuerten again on my screen, and there's again that lady, which I feel like I should know her, but I'm not sure who she is. I'm scared to take a guess, but she's sitting right above Gustavo. Very short return from Alcaraz, and he's not going to catch that forehand on the stretch as well. I don't know. This just seems like some tight errors, honestly, from him. Like, you know, you don't fully brush the ball because your hand is like close to your body and stuff. But definitely the Sinner serving quality is up at the moment too, unless he's double faulting. But, like, you know, if the first serve goes in, it's dangerous. He won't be able to quite convert that point with the +1 forehand though, but he finds the forehand cross-court on the run. That's one of the best shots we've seen Sinner hit so far in this match. I don't think it's quite as spectacular as that Carlos backhand, but it's up there. As that Carlos backhand pass, I meant. But yeah, it's up there for sure. Only the 9th forehand winner of Sinner of the entire match for Jannik, which might be a little surprising, but yeah, for large chunks of it, he's kind of struggled to hit for the court. Maybe not anymore though. Maybe he's back with that fire in his basehand game. Well, we're not gonna check it out this time, as the backhand return from Alcaraz just sails long. So after 5 minutes in the fourth set, it's just the status quo. generally doesn't feel like the level of control over his shots is too high for Alcaraz at the moment. It's not that clean anymore. There's a lot more accidents, sometimes happy ones, sometimes not necessarily, sometimes ones resulting in unforced errors, and sometimes ones that still claw their way into the court in some way, at least. There's a forehand drop shot from Carlos, though, that I think Jannik still chased down, but he needs to win this point, Carlos, right? Yeah, he does. Eventually, he manages to get the job done in like 2 or 3 shots. I guess it isn't a big deal in this case for him, but yeah. Eventually, he gets it done, 15-all. I think Jannik just barely got to it before the second bounce. That's what it seemed like to me at the very least. Alcaraz playing with fire here, says John. And yeah, he definitely is. The only thing wrong with hitting a line umpire is doing it before I can get to the TV, said Ghosty. Hopefully no accidents like this will happen today. But indeed, the line umpires have to be pretty cautious with where Alcaraz is standing on the return a lot of the time. They have to maneuver around him a little bit more than they usually would, even though it's one of the biggest courts in the world, right? Because it is. It's a good point. Alcaraz just barely making that pickup, and he won't make the forehand pass. Yeah, pretty irritated as well, but I mean, that shot from Sinner was right on the baseline. You gotta be ready for it, right? .40-30 now. And it's going to be another serve and volley from Carlos. The half volley is good enough. I don't know. I mean, I still don't like how he's been playing it the last 30 minutes or so. But maybe he can actually threaten the Sinner serve now. I don't know. Earlier, he wasn't able to at all when we started this first set, right? But yeah, the chances are still there, I suppose. I think Chatrier is the single largest court in the world in terms of area outside the lines. Yeah, I do believe so. So that's why I made that comment. Yeah. I believe it actually is, yeah, the single biggest court, and of course there is a discussion, I suppose, to be made there, like whether Nadal would be as dominant if he played all his matches on Lenglen, but it doesn't matter. I mean, he's pretty much as dominant in Rome, Monte Carlo, Barcelona, right? So yeah, I don't think it really matters, but yeah, it's probably the biggest court in the world in terms of just the sheer playing surface and how far you can actually go behind the baseline and still be in the point and still not be in the stands virtually, which you can obviously play a shot from the stands, but any drop shot attempt would kill you. Yeah, 2-1 now. The previous Sinner hold was so routine, and like Alcaraz did not threaten at all, but he needs to start thinking about that very soon if he is to win this match. As Jannik seems a little revitalized, right? Like, he's been doing better on a physical level, I think. He's been doing fine the last few minutes, so it needs to be actually some impulse from Alcaraz to break him down again. Just hasn't really looked the part in a while, Carlos. And yeah, the forehand shrunk here. As I said, just 5 minutes ago. Like, he's just not controlling his shots anymore in the manner that he needs to in order to win the match. Had a nice game plan a couple of hours ago, but it also required quite a lot of persistence and just patience from him. But it's tough to have that patience when neither of your shots is like really that comfortable and that certain that it will go in. Again, the second serve return from Alcaraz, he's standing 5 meters behind the baseline, still doesn't make it. This has been a pretty rough 10-15 minutes from Carlos, I think, especially on return. I mean, I guess he's been fine on serve, but it's just such a lame attempt on serve the last 2 games, The fact that he's standing 10 meters behind the baseline, still not making the returns. Of course, as I said earlier, the quality of the Sinner serving is also getting up, and he finds the ace down the tee here, but that doesn't really come into the discussion on second serve, I think. But yeah, 40 love up here. Sinner can just score another routine hold, but it won't be that routine as Alcaraz connects with a first serve return. It's not a percentage play, but it goes in. Maybe at love 40, it's worth trying. Finds the line with it. Still 2 more opportunities for Sinner to go to all. And of course, with every single pair of holds we're going to get here, the pressure is just going to mount up. And it's not even only on Alcaraz, on Sinner as well, as he's the one serving second and stuff. Should get this point done, really. And again, there's a lot of pace directed at the Alcaraz forehand, and he can't control it. He can't absorb it. He's pretty confused about it too. Like, he seems just frustrated right now. But I mean, yeah, that's what's going on. Like, he really cannot control that pace anymore. He cannot produce that stroke that cleanly, and he is in, well, he's not in deep trouble yet, but it's just one break. It's just a few weak points here, and he might be in real what here. Of course, as I mentioned, US Open, he was 2-1 down. Sinner was serving for the match. Sinner had a match point serving for the match. Alcaraz wins it in 5, but well, that was a very different match than the one today. So I don't know if you can really look at them both and compare them in any realistic way. But yeah, love 15 here. Good combination on the return from Sinner, pushing Alcaraz wide out of the court, and then just coming in to swoop that back in the way. Alcaraz hasn't won a point on second serve yet in this set out of 4 attempts. But yeah, it's just been pretty hard for him to win rallies in general. Oh, Sinner thought he made that inside out forehand. He actually didn't, but there's a very clear better player on the court right now, I think, the last 20 minutes or so, and it is Jannik Sinner. So we kind of had this at the beginning of the third set, right? When Alcaraz didn't stamp on that gas pedal, didn't get into top gear and actually turn that advantage into a scoreboard lead. Now it's Sinner in that position, where he's definitely playing much better than Alcaraz the last 20 minutes. It's just about whether he actually does something with it and whether maybe at some point Alcaraz doesn't fight back. But yeah, I just don't really know how Alcaraz wants to win points right now. Like, he's just kind of winning the points that Sinner makes an error on. Not much more. And, in terms of the, let's say, tactical astuteness that we had earlier from Alcaraz, it's not there either. He wins this one. It's a gritty rally for sure. Eventually, Sinner making the error. Yeah, I'm just not really sure what Alcaraz wants in this match right now, if that makes sense. Which maybe is just like Sinner in the third set. Maybe it's just something he's gonna like fight through and suddenly start dominating. I don't know. But he's kind of asking for trouble the last 15-20 minutes. Let's just see if Jannik is able to give it to him or not. That's a good forehand drop volley though. That's a good combination. That's finally something where like he fires himself up, it seems, a little bit. 40-15, every single game right now just feels incredibly crucial, of course, for both players. Alcaraz hoping to keep holding and maybe look for something on the Sinner serve. Things were getting quite nervy already for the Spaniard here after the first point was so great from Jannik, but maybe he seems to, yeah, it's an ace out wide, 3-2 Alcaraz. A huge vamos. I'm watching on mute, but I can still tell you what he said because, well, I'm apparently at least an average lip reader. What happened to defending the F9? I'm not down with all this receiving from way back. I'm not down with it for Alcaraz for sure. Understood they're worried about plus ones, but come on, gentlemen, learn to take it out of the bounds. Coco playing out of the sword tennis went back against the wall. Amazing Jake watching Serbian, it seems, where Mikhail Kukushkin is playing against Billy Harris, who just took the second set. It would be very fun, I think, if Billy Harris met Lloyd Harris in the semifinals. Of course, both players are not related. Billy is from the United Kingdom. Lloyd is from South Africa and a friend of the show, by the way. But yeah, it would be quite fun, I believe, if that happened. Still a bit far from that, as Billy Harris just starting the third set and Lloyd Harris not yet on the court even. Van Asch beat Kashnikovsky in the end eventually with a bagel in the third set. Anyone watched the men's doubles semis earlier today? Granollers Zeballos against Arevalo Pavic? I did, and I have to say I am a little disappointed for Granollers and Zeballos. I mean, they've just been such a consistent team ever since partnering up. I think they partnered for the first time at Toronto 2019, won it, and then made the final at the US Open. So it was a fantastic start for them. And, you know, they've been so good since. 3 slam finals, number 1 in May, but they just cannot get that slam. They lost twice at Wimbledon in the final. They lost at the US Open, the aforementioned. Granollers also has 2 finals from 2014, Roland Garros and the US Open. And yeah, the fact that they're both slamless is just ridiculous. Oh no, and we get back to what we were talking about just a minute ago, that like Alcaraz is so far back and still misses the return. And he's confused about it. Like he's just saying, you know, and it's not a first serve return, by the way, it's a second serve return. He's confused about it too, and he's just like, you know, what am I doing wrong? And of course, there's no one really there to tell him. Juan Carlos Ferrero can say something maybe from the stands, but it doesn't seem like there's much that you can really give your tennis protege at this stage. I mean, it's really something you should be making, but you're not. And there's no technical or tactical depth to it, right? I mean, you're just nervous. You're just overcooking these returns. But a nice example here, the backhand cross so high, then again, but sort of just a little different pace-wise, a little lower as well, and it gets the error from Sinner, so it's 15-all. Not yet that desperate, of course, for a break Alcaraz, but well, he could as well he definitely could use it, especially with the patterns of play like the last 20-30 minutes favoring Sinner quite strongly. And maybe this is where he goes for it. Maybe this is where he pushes for it, although it's not going to be an easy smash. Yeah, I thought when he was lining up for it that he's probably not going to make it, and I think a lot of this is nerves. But yeah, you cannot miss that still. Like I'm not saying he has to play a winner off of this shot. It's a smash basically off the baseline, but just get it in play, right? I think if he sliced it a little bit, like he wouldn't even be on the back foot, right? He would probably still be in front. I guess maybe there is merit to just smashing it down the line, going for the winner, but it's a point that should have been his, right? And he doesn't take it. Now Sinner should probably work out Alcaraz here. It's a drop shot, and Alcaraz will win the point. Maybe Sinner kind of messed up here in the same way that Alcaraz did in the previous point, just not taking his situational advantage. And well, again, it was a point which Alcaraz starts 5 meters behind the baseline. He's basically done, but the backhand drop shot from Sinner maybe could have been slightly better. And there's a redrop from Carlos across the net. So 30 all. And I guess it's all fair now, right? I mean, they both had a point that they should have won. They didn't, but since they exchanged it, we are still in the same point situation as we could have been if they converted their chances. So it's 30 all. Oh, and Sinner with a great serve out wide. It's that ace out wide that Alcaraz has, I think, wrapped up his last 2 holds with, but he was going for it at 40-15 both times, I believe. And Sinner finds that at 30 all, which is so much more meaningful. There was a lady with a carrot in the crowd. I was confused for a second, but then of course I remembered I am watching a Jannik Sinner match, who should be claiming that 3-all, well, should be getting us to 3-all here. That's an easier smash than the one Alcaraz had to make earlier, and he indeed does. Again, a slight chance for Alcaraz, I guess. Well, not again, actually, because the last few holds were routine for Sinner. Maybe this was the first one in this set, but well, we maintained the 3-all, tie, draw, whatever. Players are still tied after 22 minutes in the third set. Not that much happening so far. Sinner probably the one who's been holding easily rather than Carlos, but definitely the last game for Jannik had some moments when it could have gotten trickier than it actually did. Anyway, 3 games all. Let's see what Alcaraz can cook up here, as I'm not really that confident in him holding serve in general, right? With just his serve not giving him much, and overall not sure what his game plan is for the moment. So wow, that's a really strong forehand from Jannik. Is he gonna win the point though? No, that's really good from Carlos on the defense as well. But yeah, that was one of the more Jannik Sinner-ish forehands that we've seen this match, really. That first one of the baseline, just violent acceleration from the get-go. Eventually doesn't get the point done, and maybe in a way it was, well, I mean, when Alcaraz, someone like Alcaraz who has such good natural instincts, right? When he's like kind of behind and he's forced to play, just rely on what he is feeling, just rely on intuition. Sometimes it actually leads to him making better choices, right? And maybe that was a good example of that stunning drop shot here as well. Just knifes it down the line with the forehand. It is an astonishing shot, I have to say. It's like, Sinner plays that return and he knows exactly what's coming, but there's still nothing you can do. Doesn't really even begin to sprint. I mean, I guess he made like 2 steps or something like that, but he just knew that it's done. And Alcaraz has actually won all points on first serve in the 4th set, which is pretty funny because he isn't really getting that much out of it. I guess this point is an exception, but it's helping him still stay alive here. And well, the last 5 minutes have looked marginally better for sure. Barely misses that first serve here, so he'll have to win one on second serve now, which has been considerably trickier for him. But this point looks good, I suppose. Oh my god, that's probably worse than the Sinner volley miss earlier. +1 forehand, good shape, gets to the net, and then even the sheer idea, of playing that drop volley backhand cross there, that was already probably wrong. I think Sinner likely would have caught that. I don't think he made sure to see where Jannik was, because otherwise he would have gone down the line with this. It would have been slightly tougher technically down the line, I suppose, but still, it would have been the right play. It's a great return from Sinner. Oh my... What? What? Okay, so this is the highlight reel. This is the highlight reel, guys. This is the highlight reel. Alcaraz might lose this match in the next 15 minutes, but he will have hit this shot, and that already counts for something. Holy, you know what? Not much money. Yeah, how do I even begin to tell you what happened? I guess, if you just put it on paper, if you just put it into words, it's not that spectacular. Just gotta watch it. I mean, Sinner with another one of these great, like, cracked forehand cross courts that he's finally hitting in this match after not really showing them for the entire duration of it. Seems like Alcaraz is so far behind. There's no way to recover, but basically from like the ad boards, he manages to find a pass down the line that doesn't begin to make sense in terms of physics and just in general how the ball should travel through the court and what you should be able to do on the stretch. But he hits it anyway. 4-3 Alcaraz, another massive reaction. Seems like the next game would be a great sort of like momentum wise moment, right, to threaten the Jannik serve, but we'll see. It's not like Carlos has been able to do that often in recent times. And Kukushkin up a break in the third set, so I guess Jake will be happy given he was talking about him earlier. Maybe. We also have an interesting Dodik pop quarter in Zagreb. Still the Roland Garros boys doubles and girls doubles playing as well, the semifinals. Yamrichova-Valentova up a set on Jones and Paganetti. I guess Yamrichova-Valentova should be a pretty strong player, given, of course, Yamrichova won the Australian Open and Valentova is in the final of the French. There's also a super tiebreak going on between Razegi Schoenhaus and China Sakamoto. Max Schoenhaus, I think I watched him at one of the German events, but I don't remember how he looked even. Anyway, China Sakamoto, probably the favorites there, but of course it's into the match tiebreak, so anything can happen. Maybe this will actually get into the match tiebreak. How cool would that be, right? The fifth set tiebreak up to 10 points between Jannik Sinner and Carlos Alcaraz. Whoever wins just, I don't know, gets the hand of the daughter of the king of Spain. I wanted to say France, but obviously they don't have a king, so Italy doesn't either, so it should be the King of Spain, really. King of Spain is almost like the that song from The Police. Almost. Anyway, 4-3 Alcaraz. Sinner about to serve. Let's see. Sort of just like, purely on like momentum, right? After hitting that ridiculous shot to win the last game, you'd think that Alcaraz might have some sort of chances right now to look for a break, but well, Sinner can just smack that all away, I think, with some good early aggression and big serving. Speaking of celebrities, well, it's tennis celebrities in the crowd, but I have Mansour Barami on my screen right now. He was sitting with someone, I'm not actually sure whom, but it did look like a little Benetton-ish, but I don't think it was Julien Benetton. But, well, it was definitely Mansour Barami, though. Kind of funny, like always when I think about the career of Mansour Barami, who of course was a fine tennis player, but like, nothing to really write home about in terms of his career. But then he just becomes a legend because of his entertainment value and just gets invited to all the exhibitions forever, really. Oh, and there's Jannik Sinner with a really good shot now. It's kind of similar to that running forehand he had a couple of games ago, but that one is cross court. This one is down the line. Just seems like both players, and especially Sinner, are just putting all they have into this set, which of course is a smart thing to do. We are 3 hours in already. It's 3 hours and 1 minute, in fact, on the clock, and we've probably had the like two of the best shots of the match in the last 5 points, 4 points even. So that does kind of tell you that, yeah, they're going all out here. And it's a great drop shot from Sinner too. Again, very smart in recognizing when Alcaraz won't necessarily be far away from the net, but he will be, just trending backwards, let's say, in terms of his center of gravity and stuff. So it's just impossible for Carlos to get to that, even though he probably could have if he was just standing that same spot, but not falling backwards. And 40 love up for Sinner. So it seems like he won't really care about that forehand pass that Jannik hit, that Carlos hit in that 3-all game. It's just literally a pretty routine one, as Alcaraz also tries to aim for that forehand return winner again and doesn't make it. So I guess right now what we already know is that if we have the next... No, actually, no, never mind. No, never mind. That was a very stupid thought that is only coming to me because I've already been sitting here and talking to you about this match for 3 hours, and I haven't eaten or drunk anything, actually. When it comes to drinking, I will pour myself some water. Of course, I'm not as hydrated as John Silk is with his beer, but... That's a joke, kids, by the way. Remember, never drink beer in order to get hydrated. Beer is not an option to get hydrated. Beer actually dehydrates you and you pee a lot. So remember that, kids. I mean, when you get to 18. Right now, don't bother. Just water. JW. In other words, or abbreviating it. Anyway, 4-game all. Let's see. This is really crucial right now. Seems like the match is kind of firing up in terms of its quality as well. As I said, it's kind of like the two players are like really, bringing everything they have remaining for that fourth set, which might be pretty fun if we have the fifth set, like to see who has more left. But well, 4-game all. First point goes to Alcaraz, but he double faults on the next one. Who is looking stronger mentally? Actually, Sinner, right? Who is looking stronger physically? I think at this stage we can't really say that either player is. For a long while, Alcaraz was the one that seemed way fresher, but right now I think Sinner is fine. He's recovered from all of these hand cramps, whatever the thigh or hip issue was as well. That serve must have been directly on the line from Alcaraz, but anyway, they're playing and Sinner is surviving the onslaught. But wow, this is like 250 on the forehand from Alcaraz on 3 consecutive ones. I don't know if he really controls it, like when he's hitting like this. Seems to me like he probably doesn't, but I don't know. If that's what he has to go for in order to win this match, I guess he's just displayed that he will try. Let's see if it's sustainable though. 22 forehand winners to 11 from Alcaraz, and that's, well, a little surprising even, I would say. Holy hell, what a point now. Again, as I said, the quality of this match has gone up tremendously the last few minutes. Jesus, up until the very end, we had no idea who's going to win this. Carlos with the forehand drop shot. Sinner is like running full sprint into it. Alcaraz barely gets it. Sinner still manages to make it. Again, like moving so much better than in some other parts of this match. And yet, Alcaraz is the one eventually claiming the point. 40-15. If he claims the game, how big will be that sort of safety valve, right? Like, how big will it be that next game he does not need to worry about much? We'll see. What's happening here? Carlos is talking to Eva Asderaki more about something. Seemed to me like she may be... Okay, no, something happened in the crowd. Yeah, someone probably got sick in the crowd. That's wild. I mean, we're just gonna have like a bit of a break here, it seems. Hopefully not long, but hopefully that person is fine too. Mark Knopfler better than Sting? I mean, they play different instruments even in a way, right? So, I don't know. In terms of songwriting, I definitely prefer Sting more. But That's fine if you have that opinion. I think I gave my hot take a while back that I am not a big fan of Dire Straits or Mr. Martin Knopfler in general. But yeah, me personally, on a songwriting level, I prefer Sting a lot. As a guitar player, obviously Knopfler is much better in his own field than Sting is at bass. Like I think that's pretty common too. It's hard to be like a phenomenal bass player, right? I mean, probably it's more about the riffs you can cook up or something like that. Like, who's a phenomenal bassist? I don't know. Tommy Paul's one of the only players on tour trying to challenge the deep reach server position. Okay. It's crazy how much Sinner has double faulted. Both of them, yeah. Ruud and Zverev might have a chance if they play like this in the finals, as shown. Yeah, I already said it like an hour ago that after watching this match, it just does not feel like a virtual final. It doesn't. Is there any forehand on tour as powerful as pretty as Sinner's? I mean, today he's got twice as Alcaraz has got twice as many forehand winners as Sinner. Even when Alcaraz and Sinner their game, they had more amazing match than Zverev will all year long. I think that's true. Alexander Zverev is not exactly the most highlight reel player. If to stay sober, I did drink some beers on stream before. Yeah, Jake, I think you're right, but imagine if Paulini actually wins and you will have to apologize to your sister and you will feel like an idiot. So I don't know. But yeah, I don't think Paulini has a shot like at all, really. I really don't understand what sort of scenario would have to offer her to win that much. The match has come alive. Yeah, and 40-30 now for us as we are back, and he actually dumped a very poor forehand into the net on the previous point. I think I said forehead there maybe instead of forehand, but it's a slim difference. Maybe no one even noticed, and I'm just talking about it for no reason. And there's a backhand error from Sinner. It seems like after that break, Alcaraz lost a bit of momentum. Like, again, he was back to hitting shots that weren't fully controlled and just, I don't know. But Sinner helps him out. So 5-4. And after this break, what happens, because we are getting into these crucial games where you don't know how big that impact of this scenario is going to be on Sinner and Alcaraz, right? I mean, Alcaraz doesn't need to do anything in the next game. Sinner is basically in a spot of either you stay in the set or you lose a set. So pressure is high. Let's see who makes the most of it. For the rest of the match, like if we get the fifth set, it's good that Sinner is looking much stronger physically now than he was in sets 2 and 3, right? Because it does give us the hope that in set 5, like both would probably still have enough left. But let's see if we actually get that set 5, or maybe Jannik can just clinch it in 4. If Jannik clinches it in 4, we will definitely be looking at that beginning of the third set as the moment when it went wrong for Carlos, I think. Just losing sight of his tactical plan in general, I think, losing the ability to, not losing the ability, but like in general, just maybe losing a couple of crucial games that could have gone his way. Suddenly starting to go for these kamikaze serve and volleys, and I don't know, just not exactly keeping up with what was giving him the advantage up until then. Sinner surviving that 2-all game in the third set when he was really strong mentally despite the physical struggles. It's kind of what we will be looking at for sure if we get that 4-set win for Jannik. But let's see. He is 4-5 down, so he needs to hold to stay in the set. As we said earlier, there's an uncharacteristic, I think Elam said it in the chat, there's an uncharacteristic amount of double fault, or number of double faults for Jannik today. This one is not a double fault. He is in a bit of trouble though, but Carlos loses his balance completely. weird point. But again, we have Jannik with a proper forehand cross-court. Like, this is the hitting that Sinner knows, that Sinner can bring to the court, and this is the hitting that we are used to from him, just smashing that last ball away. And obviously it was a short ball, it was high, but like in the second set he was unable to finish off anything. But now he's much better on a physical level, and it's allowing him to tune into this more usual type of ball striking for him. And it's a good serve at the body too. Carlos trying to go closer to the line, maybe hearing what Ghosty said in the chats, or I even on occasion as well in this match. But Sinner smartly goes at the body and does not give Alcaraz any time to recover, so it's fairly love. That's the danger of this matchup to me, like right here, right now for Alcaraz in this fourth set, right? That Jannik can just smash a couple of good serves, big forehands, and he has easy points coming his way. But Alcaraz has to earn everything, and it's definitely not the easier position to be in when you're behind, when you have to win a tie break, win a set. I mean, speaking of earning points, what a lob from Carlos here. I wasn't actually sure if he was going to make it. I think up until I saw Sinner is actually trying to play it back, because there was no way from this camera that we have, on TV to actually know if it lands in. But yeah, fully on the run, he manages to get it over Jannik's head. And then the drop volley, which is just formality, but well, it was at fairly low for Sinner. It might not be the most relevant point, but who knows? Maybe. Let's see what Jannik can find here, especially with the first serve, which makes a big deal of difference now. Well, not when he's just rolling it in like that. There's a couple of shots that the guys weren't really controlling, and they just still make them, though. Yeah, I think that was too much for Carlos with the backhand drop shot. Oh, wow. Yeah, so a couple of random lines that the guys painted, and Carlos decides to go for a backhand dropper. Horrible moment for it. It's like almost good enough to throw off Sinner. It's not, though. Mr. Alcaraz manages to like just lob Sinner, but it's so short, and the smash is just a total put away. But apparently Jannik misses it. Honestly, it was so fast I didn't even see where it bounced. But yeah, we're suddenly 2 points away from the fifth set, and it's such a weird way as well to get there, with the previous 2 points being absolutely crazy. That lob from Alcaraz on the run, and now the Sinner missed smash that was, well, really easy. And yeah, suddenly 30-all. Alcaraz going for the backhand line and getting rewarded for it. Whew, risk taken, but it's a risk well taken, if you may. So it's a set point for Alcaraz. This is so out of nowhere, by the way. I mean, Sinner was 30 love up. He has that point which he, well, doesn't really have to win, but there's that lob on the run from Alcaraz, which doesn't seem like it can work, but it does. Then, of course, he misses the smash, which is totally his fault. And now it's a great point from Carlos too. I mean, finding that backhand down the line opportunity, probably one of the best ones he's hit this match. Definitely in terms of like how far he was out of the court there. Jannik trying to serve and volley, so taking a page out of the Alcaraz playbook here on the break point. The serve isn't in though, so it's a second here. 30-40. I mean, Alcaraz is not going to get a better chance than this to get us to a fifth set. He's once again playing pretty passive, but he's going to make it. Jannik has to go for a forehand down the line on the run. Alcaraz plays the backhand, top spin into the other corner of the court. 6-4. Ladies and gentlemen, we have ourselves a fifth set. We can declare victory this match, even though for a large part of it was pretty trash in terms of the quality. Fourth was much better. And we are here. We are into the fifth set. And I hear some wild noises in the chat. And that's in the background.
I'm in the foreground now. I'm in the foreground. I think we've had a very intriguing match for obvious reasons that we touched on after the first 2 sets. But we have had now a little bit of a highlight reel period of this match, which is poor decision from Sinner. I would have gone cross court. Yeah, perhaps. From the start of that rally, in fact, even from the previous serve, he was. Hey, I'm gonna get my third shandy in a second. But that's in the fridge.
It's the fifth set. It's time. By the way, I will.
It's definitely time.
I can now unplug, and I will up the volume on my mic so that we are more or less in sync.
But we had some highlights there, didn't we? I mean, there was one forehand winner down the line from Carlos, which was just out of this world.
Yeah, that pass. Do you remember the one against Jari and one of the other matches in
Wimbledon? You mean
in South America?
Alcaraz?
No, South America.
Oh, I should do because I was there, but no, I don't. No.
Maybe it was 2023 though. I think it was 2023.
Oh, okay, right. So then, no, I don't know.
It was pretty similar. Similar forehand pass on the run.
Did they play each other in did you say in Buenos Aires in 2023 or in Rio?
Rio.
Yeah. Okay, that was probably the
6-7, 7-5, 6 love for Alcaraz.
Okay. I mean, Alcaraz during that tournament in Rio last year was pretty special. I mean, there was one little clip of him when he was off the. Is that the one when he's off the camera? Maybe it's one when he's off the camera. Yeah.
I think that's the shot. Yeah, I've had this beer in my fridge for like 2 months. I think that a very good moment to drink it is going to be now. Because we have a fifth set between the guys, and it's great. And it's also a German beer. It was actually brewed in Germany.
Cool.
Says.
I am going to turn the volume down, but actually I know we're okay. And thank you for the concern in the chat. We're actually okay, I think, generally with sort of voices and stuff. But don't
get copyrighted.
I know.
That's a good note from you. Yes.
One of the strikes might get taken away either by the ATP, who I'm in touch with as well, although they've gone a bit quiet the last couple of days. But it will go in 30 days, I think. It's a bit less than the other one. So
okay.
Yeah, so the tightrope at least will ease maybe in about a month from now. But what was I going to say? Yeah, so the highlight reel. I mean, Sinner as well. There was one. There was also another one from Alcaraz, which I didn't see the kilometers per hour thing, but there was one that was just hit with such venom. I was like, I wonder how hard that forehand was.
I know, yeah. That was like three forehands in a row in that point as well.
Yeah. So, I'm pleased that whatever happens I mean, it could be a 6-1. Yeah, I think even if we get that, we've had a fascinating duel between the two best players on the planet right now. I guess Carlos is.
I had that discussion actually during the stream with myself, of course, and I think we can say that with how weak Djokovic has been this year. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I guess so. It's just that Carlos's CV and performances more than CV, has just been kind of off for large parts of the year. I mean, if we remember going into Indian Wells, there were all sorts of doubts swirling around him, and then since Indian Wells, because that gives you some breathing space then, doesn't it? You win Indian Wells and, you can have a bad Miami. You can maybe, you're injured or whatever it was for Monte Carlo and Barcelona and I guess Madrid. And we sort of, Carlos is back. That's for sure. And that set was, pretty special, especially the last few points there. Hi, Ghibli. Nice to see you in the chat. I've got the church bells ringing. I don't want to get the church bloody giving us copyright strikes as well.
Jesus Christ is going to give
Jesus Christ, indeed, yeah. You took our bells. I didn't hear what Cahill was saying, but it would have been interesting, Ghosty. It is hard to read as a matchup because we've kind of had two different Alcaraz matches where they're just both, doing the Hollywood real stuff. And that doesn't fall into a sort of a pattern of play because they just don't have one other than they're just pulling each other left, right, and center as they did in New York in particular, but other matches too. And then there's the what's been happening in the first 4 sets or first 3.5 sets today, which is just one player or the other is just so off it that it's difficult to to sort of make out something. You know, it's a lot easier when we look at, as frustrating as we might get with some of those matchups, but when we look at Medvedev Alcaraz, you know, it's quite easy to explain some of the things that is going on as a matchup. But then this is what we want, right? We want random. We want, yeah, okay, we don't necessarily expect to have that highlight reel all the time, but we want just, I don't know what is going to happen here.
Yeah, I think a lot of that has been brought by to this match by simply what how their preparation looked like, and like the warm up season being so weird for them. The fact that they were both like not practicing at full intensity for large chunks of the clay season, the fact that they couldn't play most tournaments, of course, Sinner making just 2 appearances, Carlos just 1. So I think a lot of that was brought by this. Like, I was expecting like 3 hours of a back and forth battle, as I said at the very beginning, and then the physical issues to like start. But actually, it was like after an hour that Sinner looked the worst in this entire match so far. And the last set, I mean, he was perfectly fine. He had so much intensity again. The running forehands he was hitting, in general, the velocity on the forehand cross. So yeah, in that sense, it's definitely unexpected. I think if they had like proper preparation, stamina build up, probably it would look a little different. But it's fun. Yeah, it is intriguing. And as I said, like we got that 5th set, and I'm already feeling very happy about it. Like regardless of what happens from here,
Me too.
This is what we wanted. It's really the best outcome that we could have hoped for. I think getting that 5th set, and yeah, it's just the most exciting thing in tennis. The 5th set.
Yeah.
Ben Rothenberg.
Is he a 3-set advocate? Is he?
Oh yeah, that's kind of. I actually think that even if Ben changed his mind by now, he wouldn't really say anything, because that's kind of part of his brand by now. That he wants best of 3. I think he wants best of 3, but well, I cannot agree with him on that. I just cannot.
I love this best of 5 at this. I mean, Lane Hewitt would go a lot further, as in like he wants best of 5 everywhere, I think, especially at Davis Cup. But I'm fine with best of 3 everywhere else, and then we have this special fortnight.
It shouldn't be everywhere, but exactly, it should feel special.
Yeah.
When it was ATP 1000 finals, used to be best of 5. The final of the ATP finals used to be best of 5. Like that's fine. That's again still just on occasion. That's just one match every now and then. But yeah, every event I wouldn't really like it. But it just has to be, the slams have to be a little different than the other events. And I love that they are in that way.
7 matches.
7 matches is not that different anymore, because you've got Indian Wells, you've got Miami, you've got Madrid, Rome, Shanghai, Canada, and
for the seeds, though, that it's 6.
Yeah, right? for the seeds it's 6, but for.
Oh, he's put that wide, Sinner, and now I'd forgotten about one point. Did Sinner, was he 30-15 up on his serve at 4-5, and he puts a smash in? Was that the same game when he puts that it was a smash that bounced pretty high in front of the net, and I think he was at 30-15 on his serve. He puts that smash into the tram line. Alcaraz wins the next point, and it's 30-40, and that's when he loses that set. I think pretty sure that's that game.
The last game, yeah. There was a smash at 30-15. I mean, the last game was crazy, Sinner goes up 30 love. The first point that Alcaraz wins is the lob on the run that he made. And as it was falling, you could not tell whether it was going to be in or not. No. The second point is the Sinner missed smash. And that break just originates for no reason. I have to say, though, that of course the lob is a fantastic effort from Alcaraz, and also the 30 all point, that backhand down the line is the best one he's hit all match, I think, because when he's been going for backhands down the line, it was like kind of in position for the most part, and this was the first one he really hit, outside I don't know if outside the doubles alley, but like deep into the doubles alley, and
Yeah, I mean, Sinner's just stopped the lot, by the way, because he was love 15 down on his serve there, but went for a serve volley, and it worked out well for him for 15 all.
By the way, their stats in the 5th sets, I mean, we can bring them up. I think to an extent they are kind of irrelevant, because Sinners are not horrible, but like 6-7 or something like that, or 6-8. He's 6-8 in 5th sets or something like around that mark. Of course, with Sinner, like early on in his career, fitness was a big concern. So like that explains it really, and we haven't really seen him play many fifth sets since he became his post-Fugue variation. One of them, well, just before, of course, he lost to Zverev at the US Open, but he also beat Medvedev in the final in Australia.
Yeah.
But the more interesting part is that Alcaraz is 9-1 in fifth setters.
Yeah, the one, I know what the one was. Do you know what it is without looking, or do you already know what it is by looking?
I actually don't. Let me
tell
think
you.
Oh, I know. It's Berrettini, Australia. Yeah.
Which
I
is
started thinking just each slam by each slam, and thankfully,
and that was a fifth set tiebreak, I think, wasn't it? I think
it was. Yeah.
And it was a very respectable loss where Alcaraz was at in his career, where Berrettini was, who obviously ends up getting to the semi-finals that year. That drop shot is going to work, not outright, I don't think, but it should work now. Although Sinner's going to chase this back, he's not going to get it 30-all.
Yeah, I think that Berrettini one was at the time treated as like a 50-50 match, which pretty much it was. But yeah, it was a fine effort for the
Alcaraz was sort of had put on a few muscles in the winter, because I think that was kind of part of it in that end of 2021, beginning of 2022, and he came there.
Post next gen finals,
he had the vest as well to sort of show that off. And I remember his first match that year. I can't remember who he played, but I was like very impressed, and I thought. I still probably had the Berrettini as a slight favorite.
Mikael Ymer? No, maybe not. No, Mikael Ymer, he lost to, I think, in Australia. I don't remember. I will check, but I don't remember.
The Berrettini match was third round, wasn't it? Or was it second?
Third round. Because I think Carlos was a seed already, wasn't he?
Maybe.
After the next gen finals, I think he went up to of course, not after the next gen finals, because he was... you don't get points for that, but I think he went up to about 32 at the end of the year, 31 maybe. So I think he was a seed for Australia.
This is about as rattled as Jannik Sinner can get. I don't think we'll ever see him anymore. Most other players, including Carlos, can get a lot more rattled than Jannik is right now. But that forehand into the net, on top of one or two of the other points that we've seen and how we've seen the momentum change. I loved the stat at one point, which was 100 points to 90. It was on serve midway through, or sort of 2-3 or something like that in the fourth set. And I was thinking, so I guess Carlos is going to have to win 10 more points than Jannik at some point. Generally, I mean, I know tennis doesn't work like that. That drop shot's going to work though. But I was just thinking, and then I started figuring it out. I was like, well, if he wins this game, I think it was 30-all. Then suddenly he's like 192, and then if he breaks, well, then yeah. Anyway, I don't know. I just thought that was an interesting inflection point. And I'm pretty sure...
It was Alejandro Tabilo who played Carlos in that first round at the Australian Open. And Alcaraz was seeded 31st for the event.
Okay, yeah.
I think I actually just read yesterday that rise in 2022, so from 31 to 1, is also a record breaker. Like no one ever went up to year-end number 1 from a lower position in the rankings.
He got to year-end number 1 in 2022. I guess he did, yeah.
Sorry, not year-end, but actually year-end as well, right?
I think he did. I've got an image of him with the trophy, yeah.
I mean, I think he definitely got number 1 by winning the US Open. But
my goodness me!
Yeah.
Oh,
he definitely got to number 1 by winning the US Open, because it was either him or Ruud. And I think he finished number 1. Yeah, he definitely
did. I think he did, yeah. I just have got an image of him. That backhand pass.
Yeah, second in this match already. Similar pass. I don't remember if it was set 2 or 3, but we already had a pretty similar one from him today as well.
Break point number 2. And yeah.
Oh.
This is going to be Jannik error, I'm guessing. He's in trouble here. Was it going to be a terrible Carlos error? Carlos Alcaraz, forehand winner, puts it away that you would expect him to from that position. And yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if that forehand was going to go in. And that was my, not the last one, but the previous one.
Yeah.
The one with a lot of shape,
yeah.
But yeah, no excuses now. I mean, Carlos, you're up a break in the 5th. No excuses now.
Well, yeah, I know what you mean, but it's a long way to go. But you mean because of that five set record he has?
No,
it's funny.
I mean, I mostly mean because, if you lose from this position, I think especially with the momentum from the 4th set and kind of how they've been trending for the last 15 minutes, you're gonna be angry about it. It's...
Yeah, Ghosty, that first set feels like a long, long time ago. I mean, it was 3 hours ago, I guess, which is quite a long time. I mean, 3 hours is
When
quite a
does
long time to
when
do
do,
them
when
on
do
TV.
Nick and Jerome when can they start?
It's
The next
Nick
match?
and Jamie. They're basically
Oh, Jamie,
whenever,
sorry.
really. Yeah, no, they're basically. I mean, Nick is 6 p.m. I mean, I'm okay as well. I'm here. I'm not, so I can even start with
Yeah,
them.
but was it 6 p.m. or 7 p.m. our
6
time?
p.m. 6 p.m. 6 p.m.
Ah,
UK.
okay.
So 7
I
p.m.
know.
Yeah.
Oh, so 7 p.m. our time. No,
So yeah.
I would like Alcaraz and Sinner to keep going for the next 30 or 40 minutes then, so that we
Me,
don't have to start the next stream.
me too. Yeah, me too. Honestly, I wanted a fifth set because I thought I want Nick to be here for the beginning. I can probably join him for an hour or two as well. And yeah, I was thinking that works out nicely because now whatever happens, even if this is a complete blowout, I would be surprised if they start much before 6 o'clock, before 7 o'clock, Central European time. It's normally a good 15 minutes between each match, right? And I think
Yeah,
it might
15
even
minutes
stretch.
is like the tentative. Yeah, 15 minutes is tentative. Yeah.
Exactly, and they would, and I think they would even stretch it out, especially if they've got to get fans out, because I think there's 2 separate tickets. I think
There
it's not
is?
a
Oh,
night
I don't
session.
know.
It's not a night. At least in the
I
years
don't
gone
think
by.
there is. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it is a separate ticket actually. No.
Oh, really? If that has changed then, because 2021 was definitely a separate
No, but
ticket.
there's no
29.
night session. There's no night
I
session.
know,
There's no.
I know, but 2019 was no night section. It's a different ticket.
Really?
Trust me. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
it might have changed, but in 2019 I had Team Djokovic tickets, but not Rafa and Roger.
Oh, okay. Never mind then. Team Djokovic 19. But that was over 2 days.
It
So
was. I
how
could
did
have
that
gone
work
on the
then?
next day, but I got a full refund.
So
Yeah,
and the first day was what? How much did they play?
it's 2 sets maybe, 1 set all,
Yeah, I
something like that.
was thinking something like that too. Yeah, okay.
I think it
That
went
was the
5.
year when team played 5 days in a row, right?
Oh, did he play 5 in a row? Did he? Yeah.
Yeah. I guess Hurkacz probably played 5 days in a row this year, and maybe someone else as well.
Yeah, albeit sort of near the beginning of the event.
Yeah, it wasn't the same stage, so it wasn't as like visible. Carlos seemed to be flying here, like 30 love up, but suddenly we are at
Yeah,
30 off.
30 all. Forehand into the net. It was a tricky forehand, but I guess it is an unforced error.
Tried to run around, and that's his unforced error, right?
Maybe, yeah.
I mean, no one told him to hit it off the forehand, and that's what makes it an unforced error, I think.
Yeah. I don't know. I just feel as just my instinct. I've just seen it once. It did sort of have run around for me. I've seen people run around thinking that was a huge error. I've done it myself, but it did just about feel as though it had that run around potential.
No, I mean, sure, but like that's why it's not forced.
Yeah. 30 all. Second serve. He's got a bit lucky there. That clipped the net, but landed in. And it had a full-on clip off the net, but still landed in. Soft second serve, and now they're into the rally. Good depth there from Jannik. Not so good depth from Carlos, but still got to gauge who's quite on top here. I think I was going to say Jannik, but now it's Carlos has taken the advantage because of that backhand down the line that put him in charge of the rally.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, the backhands did it all, really. There's literally one of the points.
Jannik was just up there, but that shot there that I've just seen a replay on, suddenly he's in charge. And it's a game point for 3 love.
I was just talking about Ben's state of 5 setters, and basically I tweeted that whatever happens from here, we get 5th set and tennis has prevailed. And someone is there in my comments saying, not according to Ben Rothberg, this guy thinks best of 5 should be eliminated from tennis. Possibly the worst take I've seen heard of the great sport of tennis. No, I kind of do agree with that, actually. I think there's a lot, especially in the tennis world, that kind of are hoping for less tennis overall. And it's not even about the best 5 format. A lot of the time they want to short everything. And I never really understood that, I want more tennis. I want to.
Oh, it's a good job I'm here then. I think Damien's internet has dropped. So we've got Damien wanting more tennis, but maybe less of him. Just watching some of the warm-ups for later on's second semi-final, which of course will be brought to you by Nick, and Jamie as well will be joining at the beginning, but just the beginning, I believe. Until we have Damien back, I will steady the ship, of course. The changeover here. So it's 3-love, and I believe that means 5 games in a row for Carlos Alcaraz. I'm guessing Alcaraz was leading 4-3. I think he served first in that full set. And so from 4-all until now, we've had 5 games in a row for Carlos. I also don't think we've had a deuce in any of those 5 games. I mean, I'm here for 5 sets. It's kind of obvious for me, and I think the argument about attention spans, I think is just a non-starter. I mean, if we look at some of the most watched tennis matches in history, it's the 5 sets. It's the Federer Nadal, it's the Nadal Djokovic in 2012 Australian Open, and then obviously Nadal Medvedev, and so on and so forth. On top of that, and Sin has won a point, 15-love. On top of that, there is also this fact that during the first week of a Grand Slam, you are flicking between matches. Okay, so they've gone to a 5th set, or, this match is into a 3rd set tiebreak on the women's side, for example, and so on and so forth. Alcaraz has erred with that backhand return, so we might get a comfortable hold for Jannik Sinner here. It's 30-love to the Italian on his serve, the world number 1 as of Monday. For those of you who have tuned in, by the way, in the various different places that we have had stuff, thank you for joining us. I see quite a few people have joined us on Instagram, so wonderful that you've done so, and make sure you give us a follow on Instagram at Talking Tennis TT. Alcaraz coming in here into the net, and he puts that volley away, so 30-love. Sorry, 30-15. I like this from Ghibli, by the way. Just do a Musetti and retire. Retire for the fans. Did Musetti say that? Did he actually say I retired for the fans? Drop shot here from Carlos. It's not going to be good enough. Jannik. Oh, but that's nice from Carlos. I guess that was built up by the drop shot there. My thoughts, Ozan, are that I guess that was the death knell for continuous games. It'll be something that's talked about for decades in the sport, and that's okay. But maybe it was time to put a lid on that. Okay. Just a second. Just going to invite Damien back. It's good to be back, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen? Did you miss us? Anyway, distracted from tennis for a second, and Jannik Sinner does that little shake of the racket. There's a little bit of belief there for the Italian as he wins a game of tennis, which is much needed, 3-1. So he stops that 5-game in a row streak that Carlos had. So 3-1, Carlos Alcaraz. Ghibli, honestly, I haven't seen one. If there has been a pattern, which is kind of touching on what I said, I think, to something you raised a little while ago. It's difficult to. There was something, if you weren't here, Ghibli, that Damien and I spoke about. I think towards the end of the first set, where Carlos won a rally, and it was courtesy of sort of some loopy balls that he followed up by when he had the chance of basically winning a point with a winner, which at that stage was quite difficult for him. But that's probably the only kind of pattern, if you like, that I can think of. Ghibli just asking about patterns of play, and
yeah, I see. I think the backhands have generally gone Alcaraz's way in that he's feeling it quite comfortable just adding the loop on them and eventually potentially getting some error from Sinner. Like it's probably not that easy for Jannik to get something out of that position. To step in and control the point, like just finish it off. Whereas on the forehand, I don't think we've really had that many cross-court rallies. There's been a few, but it's tough to point out any pattern there. By the way, did he just land this around the net?
That backhand is around the net. It didn't quite seem it in the first sort, but that backhand, it's not hit with the same venom that some of the Carlos ones, and it's also not an outright winner. But boy, that was just nuts. That backhand from Sinner. Just nuts. And if he wins this point, well, then it's game on. Just watching this one play out here as they exchange forehands. And it's Carlos Alcaraz has found that forehand from the first set. And normally in tennis terms, when we say he's found something, it's a positive. But the Carlos Alcaraz forehand in the first set is not something you want to find anywhere. Love 30. Here we go.
Yeah,
Jannik.
definitely doesn't want to find that forehand from the first set.
No.
It's not a good discovery.
No, it's the kind of thing when you look down the back of the sofa and you hadn't looked down there for a while, behind the fridge. Yeah.
It's like when they found that tomb in, the 1920s, Howard Carter and stuff. And it seems good at first, but then it unleashes the curse.
Tutankhamun. Yeah. Yeah, well, let's see if Alcaraz is going to be cursed. It's 3-1, 15-30. He did win the next point. Yeah, Ghosty here saying, I'm an Alcaraz fan, but I'm seeing... Yeah, and that's kind of how 5 sets are, really, isn't it? You want to keep going. So you're not... I mean, I'm not really a fan. I guess I have got... Oh, I thought, Sinner was going to make that for a second. I guess I am an Alcaraz fan. I mean, I say it most of the time. I'm not really rooting for anyone in his matches, but when I reflect on his tennis, when I reflect on his matches, I then go, well, thank goodness we've got Carlos Alcaraz in the world of tennis.
Kind of tough not to be an Alcaraz fan, right? Unless you're... I know some people are put off by the granting and stuff, but... yeah, I mean, it's not really something that ever bothered me in regards to the player. Some people are bothered with the Ferrero thing and the fact that he's talking all the time. Again, I don't really see how that would bother me. And just in general, obviously I am an Alcaraz fan, having seen him grow up from 15 or something and just, instantly believing in the prodigy Ghosty. And yeah, I mean, I guess I would still want to see him continue. But now that he's at the top, I do care a lot less than I did when he was getting onto the tour, When he was playing challengers, I was really rooting for him in every match. Now it's yeah, he's fine. I like watching him, but yeah, it's not that important to me anymore that he wins. No, definitely not.
Game point now for Carlos, so things looking much more comfortable than they were 3 points ago. When you're asking me, I can see any dude on tour. Do you mean a player, a journalist, or do you mean somebody famous like Ben Stiller wants to hang out and go for dinner? I think I'd go for dinner with Ben Stiller. Ben Stiller and Lloyd Harris. And Jasmine Paolini. Yeah, she can come along. She's in the doubles final as well. So she wants more tennis.
Yeah, Ghibli, it's pretty tough to understand what happened there. I'd rather just skip it pretty much. And yes, that was a very Carlos Alcaraz amateurish backhand. Indeed.
Lucky boy though there, Carlos, with that drop shot just kissing the net. and going over for him. Would he have won the point without that kissing of the net? Possibly, yeah. But of course, kissing the net has two elements of luck to it because you're thinking, well, that could just come back on your side. I'm not sure I would clap that, even if I was an Alcaraz fan. Forehand return there. It's got good depth on it. Can Jannik take advantage of this position in the rally? Not necessarily, because I think they're back at neutral now. Carlos goes for it, but he's gone long with that forehand, I think. Yeah, juice. Bublik. Yeah. Bublik seems like a lot of fun. I liked what he said recently, how he's not keen on playing in the morning because it means getting up early. Yeah, Lloyd Harris has charmed me, Ghosty. Maybe you weren't here for a stream when I think it was yesterday, maybe, when I was talking about going for a beer with Lloyd. I think you were here, Ghosty. I think you were. Actually, I think you were, because I was like saying, I think there's a coolness to him, and I think there could be a bromance, but you just know that when female attention is coming our way, it's not coming my way, and that would annoy me in the end. And I think it could be the end of our friendship, and it might last just one beer. I don't know. Game point here for Carlos Alcaraz. I think Alcaraz, he'd go Emma Raducanu, wouldn't he?
I'm pretty confused. So is Lloyd Harris some sort of great catch for the ladies?
I think so. He's got a bit of that sort of South African surfer thing going on. I think
it's a bit of a Tsitsipas vibe as well, right? Like with the hair.
Maybe, but I think there's a bit more coolness to Lloyd. And there's maybe even a bit of goofiness, but in a good way. I don't think that charm is there with Stefanos. Like Stefanos in a bar, I think he might freak out some girls as well. Like if they don't know who he is, they might go, oh, I thought this guy. It was, sometimes they're very good looking, but then they can be a bit odd and put people.
If he just starts stealing quotes right away.
Maybe. Yeah. He's going to the toilet with his phone, and he just comes out and he starts, quoting like philosophers and stuff. And it's like there's an episode of The Office where David Brent is looking down at the floor because he's got quotes written down as he's talking to his staff to motivate him, and then somebody basically says, "Are you getting that off the floor?" Like he's obviously he gets caught. Yeah, there's an element there of Tsitsipas 4-1, and that's significant from I think love 30 he was on his serve in that game. So yeah. Does 5 sets make a difference if either Ruud or Zverev get it done comfortably tonight? I don't think so. If there was an injury lingering because of that, maybe. But in terms of just,
I mean, we know both of them aren't like 120% physically anyway. I will tend to think that this 5-setter isn't like the most physically demanding ever either. So probably not. But like you could see, especially Sinner dipping physically in the final. It wouldn't be a surprise at all. But would it be because of this match or just in general? But Zverev and Ruud are probably going to fight for it as well. Like, it would be a surprise if it was as lopsided as last year, obviously.
Second serve, I think. Backhand return. Ooh, that was a tricky one, to be honest, but it will go down as an unforced error, but that was a tricky one to control. There's been a couple of sort of spinny shots from Sinner that have taken slightly deceptive bounces. I remember one, I think, about 7 or 8 games ago, midway through the previous set, where afterwards Alcaraz was looking at his team, and I think he was doing something with his racket like this to say, look, that was just a weird ball, if you like. Is that an ace? No, it's not. I guess this will be a brutal loss from here for Alcaraz 4-1. But I was just thinking that.
Oh, yeah.
I was just thinking that I don't think it whatever happens from here, I don't know if it'll say a lot about anything. I just think that maybe for Jannik, that injury in the semi-final of Monte Carlo, when his year, I mean, of course, it could be better because you can win every tournament you play, but let's put some realism in a tennis player's year. Everything was going right for him until that semi-final, and he was a breakup.
But was that when he injured the hip, or did the hip come later?
No, I think that was the hip moment, wasn't it? He certainly injured something, didn't he? And I think that was the hip.
I mean, yeah, he was injured, but I'm just questioning whether it was actually the hip there, or did the hip injury, like, was it another thing that happened post Monte Carlo, sort of either during Madrid or just before Madrid? And I'm actually, I don't actually know the answer.
No, I don't know. I don't know why, but my initial gut feeling was it was the hip that day. Maybe we should ask him in a press conference if we were there. I'm probably going to be
if we were allowed to.
Yeah, I know. I'm probably going to be in Halle. I say probably. I've got an accreditation for Halle, but I've applied for Berlin the same week. And tennis being tennis, it's only 9 days away from the tournament in Berlin. It's don't give me a response. So, but I still plan to be in Halle at least for a couple of days, and fingers crossed that I'll coincide with Jannik.
Yeah, I still haven't applied for Poznan, but I suppose that shouldn't be an issue. I mean, I'm not British is not going to be an explanation there. And I was there the last 4 years. So,
I mean, I'm pretty confident about Porto just because I've got Gaspar's phone number.
Yeah, like if they are doing it again, like if Gaspar is responsible for it.
He basically said to me, you should come. Well, maybe I've been a bit strong with this.
Yeah, like if he's the one responsible for it, obviously we're getting in. And we can also take 10 of our family friends.
As long as we have that Portuguese number. Love 15. That's a nice, it's a nice winner there for Jannik. Come chasing down that sort of drop shot volley.
Right.
Do you have Polish commentary normally when you're sort of just watching on TV? Oh, I'm talking to somebody, but maybe Damien is frozen. Yeah, he has frozen. Oh, you're on the laptop now.
Yeah, I'm just re-entering on the laptop now.
Do you have Polish commentary, or do you go for some English speakers, or what? Normally, when you're watching,
usually go for no commentary.
Okay, yeah. I quite like.
Especially there's this certain streaming platform or like streaming way that I use that basically allows me to rewind as well, and that's no commentary. So that's good, but.
You still get the crowd noises though, and the shot noises, and the chats to the box and stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, that's perfect. That's perfect.
Most of the time, at the very least. But yeah, generally, if I'm going for commentary, usually it's going to be English.
Have you not ever heard Zelislav do a commentary? Oh, lovely forehand winner. I
actually haven't, because he is only on the WTA matches, and I never had Canal Plus. So yeah, exactly. So I actually haven't heard him commentating on tennis. I have heard a lot of Eurosport commentators back in the day, but actually him, no, because I've never had Canal Plus.
Indeed, Ghibli. These down the line wide ones are just, some of them have been nuts in the last few games. I still probably off the top of my head, go for that Carlos one that we had before.
No. What is this tweet from John Verdheim? This should be the final is too ungenerous, but there should be some sort of acknowledgement, hearty merci, and spot bonus dollars for both Naomi Osaka and the player who does not win this match.
Oh, I see. Yeah, but I don't think that's too unfair. It's just basically saying that, the loser of this match can take heart, that they've brought something to the French Open that maybe the two women's semi-finals don't, and maybe the two finals might not. I think it's not. I will, disagree with John Wertheim with pleasure on certain things, but I don't read too much into that. What do you think?
I don't know. It's a weird tweet. Someone sent it to me. That's why I read it.
Okay. To me, listen, at least I will take this. I will say that there is a huge danger that after today, the rest of the French Open will be, and you can look at some of the drama on the women's side. There were some good 3 sets.
No, it won't be like this on the men's side, though, right? There will be a lot of intrigue.
A lot of intrigue going in, but if Zverev wins in straight sets and then Alcaraz beats
But like we will still have to find out, right? Whereas on the women's, of course.
Yeah, there's no anticipation at least, which you know, I hope Paolini can do something crazy, but me saying something crazy is that's it. Body serve is damaging Jannik. Okay, the body serve into him basically, so the Carlos body serve to Jannik, I guess. But we are at deuce here, so talking of intrigue,
it's there, yeah. I mean, Sinner, I know he's lost an early break, but it's not like he's playing much worse than in the fourth set. I don't think so. Alcaraz still has to be pretty cautious.
Oh, I thought it was going to land in, but didn't. Advantage Carlos. Yeah, this is. I mean, listen. Sinner wins the next 2 points, for example. This is not done, not done by any stretch. But Alcaraz wins the next one, and and those bookmakers' odds, you know, changing. I think they changed the odds at the end of every game, right? They don't change it during the game. I think it's closed. Am I right on that, or don't know? And he's held serve with a body serve, I think. Yeah, fist clenched, looking at his team. That'll upset some people just because he looked at his team. What was the other thing? What was the other thing about the grunts? Not honestly, I don't think there's a player on tour. I played a guy. I'm gonna say recently, so I don't single him out in a way, because if I said when, but no, I played a guy recently, and his noises during a point annoyed me, and I'll tell you why. He was reacting to a bad shot that he hit. So let's just say he's tried to hit a shot and he's looped up and he's left it for me, giving me a short ball. He's not grunting like, trying to get the ball, and that's fine. He's hit the ball, and then 2 seconds later or a second later, he's reacting to his bad shot by going,
but that's just hindrance, right? That's just hindrance.
Yeah, that is hindrance. Yeah, it is. Yeah. And that.
Yeah, I know what you mean, though. I have to sort of be very. I have to remind my father of this because he does it a lot. Like, he just misses a shot and then he's like, "Oh my god!" And then it actually lands in because I don't know, it's a shank or whatever. And I don't know if it's ever really a problem in tennis because there's like a lot more time to refocus. But in table tennis, whenever he does it, I don't think I've ever won a point. Like, I literally always just. It's just a mental thing at this stage, right? But I just cannot refocus myself for the next shot when that happens.
Yeah, it happened in this particular set probably 5 times, and I think I lost each point as well. 2-5 new balls. That is good news for Jannik Sinner as he looks to hold serve. Is it every 6 games they change the balls? Is that right?
First 7, then 9.
Oh, 7 games and then 9. Why is it different?
7 because with the warm up.
Okay, yeah, fair enough. Makes sense.
They warm up with the same balls and then 7 games and then 9. It's actually doesn't need to be like this, but it's a standard in most of pro tennis. In ITF qualies, it's like 11-13 or something like that, or maybe 9-11. But let's say challenger level and above, it's 7-9 everywhere.
Yeah. Misha.
When it comes to Jerzy Janowicz, Ozan, he basically doesn't want to retire officially because he feels like there's no real gain in that. But for what he sort of right now thinks about himself, he's probably not coming back. And
that decision from Jannik Sinner to go cross court was, the wrong one. I
very
saw
good
him.
Comment about Thiago Monteiro's march to Roland Garros victory.
Yeah, I know.
He does have a great record against top 10 players this year. So, and I do remind my father of hindering me because, it hinders. It's a hindrance, you know.
Yeah.
And I know that it actually bothers me. Like, it does. And we are very competitive. At least I am. He pretends that he's not competitive, but he's actually just as competitive as I am.
Good first serve there from Jannik. Should win the point from here. It does. That's a smart one to go down the middle. 30-15. Yeah, Elam, that's exactly what I was just saying. I mean, that was just a very bad decision from Jannik, which is fine because he hasn't made too many bad decisions this year. But yeah, that was one of them.
Yeah, he made like 2 bad decisions this year. That's definitely one. This one, and also in Australia there was this moment he went for like a kebab and it actually wasn't that great. and he wished he just ate pasta.
Ah, okay. I mean, I know the match you're thinking of. I think it was against Rublev, wasn't it? But was there? Are you making up that kebab thing, or?
I made that up completely.
Okay. Some words in the chat that I don't understand from Ghosty. Odipal. Don't know what that means. Shadow's annoying.
Well, it's Oedipus, the complex. The guy in Greek mythology who killed his father and married his mother. And Oedipal would be the adjective from Oedipus.
Okay, got it. 40-30, and I do get it, but I'm not familiar with the story. But so no nepotism there.
No, really?
No.
Yeah, it's a famous one because there was a prophecy. Basically, it's like the best example of Greek tragic irony, where like the guy, he hears the prophecy or something like that, and like he doesn't know that he's following the path that he didn't want to, and basically he murders his father and marries his mother, but he doesn't know that it's them because he was like estranged or something like that. So, you as the reader know it, everyone, there is a prophecy that says he will do it and he thinks he's not, but actually.
Ghibli, I wouldn't mind if the Carrots were getting camera coverage, if it wasn't just for some random woman who probably didn't even know who Jannik Sinner was until this morning. But anyway, Carlos Alcaraz is going to serve for the match. 5-3. This has sort of crept up on us a bit, and it crept up on us partly because actually Sinner had a very comfortable hold in the previous game. How is your nerve, Carlos Alcaraz? Because hopefully he's not thinking this, but you might think, hold here and I'm very close to winning the French Open. I think a lot, we need to see how the second semi-final goes, and there will be intrigue going into it, as I say, but nevertheless, this will be the biggest hold of his French Open career, at least. 5-3. There's been a few ball tosses. Brad Gilbert won't be happy with that.
A good stat if he wins, I think, is that if Alcaraz gets it, I think he'll be the youngest player ever to make a Grand Slam final on all surfaces.
Yeah. And he'll have, oh my goodness me, we could be 48 hours away from a guy of, what's his age, 21?
21, yeah, 2003 born.
We could have a person. I mean, will he be the youngest to have won on 3 different surfaces? I mean, we're saying this. He needs to.
Yes, we are. I think he can also win it in 2025 and 2026 to be faster than Rafa in Australia in 2009. So yeah.
Got it. Okay. So as a Rafa fan, maybe I should be supporting Jannik here, but I don't really care. Is a Jannik put that one away? I think he has. Carlos is going to have a quick look at it, and he's going to be disappointed because it's 15-all. Yeah, Ghost. I tell you what, even if there's a few deuces here and maybe a few break points, that adds to it, if you like. I mean, obviously, I'm sure many people would love to see this go to a deciding set tiebreak. I'm really, really pleased for Jasmine. And the one thing that just keeps coming back to me is seeing her and the gap between her and Elise Mertens in that final in Monastir last year. If you'd have said to me that day that she's going to go on and win a 1,000 title and be in a French Open final, I don't know. It's almost a miracle.
I was writing up a prediction for that match somewhere, and I said Paolini was going to win.
Elise Mertens, yeah. I mean, both have been playing very well. I mean, it was just a brutal period of the match, I think, where Mertens won maybe 6 games in a row, and that's where it changed. I think it was 3-all at some point, and then suddenly it was 6-3, 3-love or something. Anyway, Alcaraz here, 30-15. That's a lovely backhand, but that's an incredible backhand. I was about to say incredible defense as well, but it landed out. Again, there's that. And then we've seen a few of those points in the last hour or so. 30-all. So we've got that intrigue almost. I mean, this is basically deuce, isn't it? It's the same scenario.
It is deuce, yeah. 30-all is deuce.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you're at 30-all when you're just playing with your mates or whatever, and you're like, is it 30-all or is it deuce? And you're like, it doesn't really matter. First service in, and he's got a match point, I think. Yes, he has. I just thought for a second Sinner was going to challenge that, but 40-30, match point, Carlos Alcaraz. Damien's stream, of course, is pretty far ahead, but here we go. So, Alcaraz collecting 4 balls, maybe? There's a 5 sign going from Ferrero, but I don't think it's indicating he needs to get a 5th ball and make a choice of 2 from those. Okay, 40-30, match point for a place in the final. Down the tee, it's landed. Not a bad return, but Jannik in a bit of bother here, I think, although there's good depth there from Jannik. How's your nerve, Jannik? Not bad. You're getting really good depth on all of these shots. Ah, that's nice, Jannik. Now, that's Jannik Sinner, circa or 2024, whatever. Jannik 2.0, post-puke, whatever. Just so solid on the biggest point of his tournament, biggest point of his French Open career as well. I mean, I know I keep saying it. When you've won a slam, you can't say the biggest point of your career, of course. But yeah, juice. So we've got that intrigue that I sought. Clips the net and goes long. So a second serve here for Jannik to potentially attack. Ice in his veins, indeed, Ghosty. Okay. Forehand return.
Who's got ice in his, who's got the ice in his veins? I guess
well,
Sinner
I think Sinner had it during that match point save, just because he just kept going close to the lines, close to the depth, and he just kept going. You know, he didn't flinch. Anyway, we've got a second match point here for Carlos Alcaraz. We have had, of course, a Grand Slam match between these two before, where one player had match points and went on to lose. But I think that was in the 4th set that those ones came.
Yes. Serving for the match at 5-4 in the 4th, yeah.
He had 1 set point, did he? A 1 match point?
Yes.
Okay,
40-30, and then Carlos broke 3 points later, yeah.
Forehand for Carlos goes long, and I wonder if the sight of victory might have just distracted him enough to put that forehand long. I think he makes that 7 times out of 10, maybe even 7.5. Juice.
Yeah. I mean, he's been kind of struggling to make this shot most of the match, right?
Yeah, but his career.
Forehand down the line, like that's kind of been the direction when he doesn't seem too confident today and loses the timing a lot of the time. But yeah.
It's going to have another match point. Jannik is kind of annoyed. It's kind of the same serve that happened in the previous.
I just wanted to say, yeah, it's exactly the same serve, right? Out wide, and Jannik misses the forehand return. Like, it's 3 times in a row now.
Yeah, which I think is why he's just so annoyed. Ferrero is just touching his chest here. I don't know if it's because he's having some palpitations or he's worried about his man.
He could be.
Match point number 3. Backhand return into the forehand of Carlos. We're a pretty neutral situation with this rally, but that's a bit short there from Jannik. That's good depth, though, from Jannik, but that's good depth from Carlos. And good depth again. Just keep going. Here we go. Oh, lovely Carlos. And it's won the point and it's won the match. The backhand down the line was just too good in the end, forcing the error. And boy, oh boy, oh boy. Good match point indeed, Ghibli says. And vamos, says Terry. We'll see a nice warm exchange, I'm pretty sure. These two guys, they just keep pushing each other in so many different manners to so many different places that they've probably never been to before. It's probably part of the reason why they have such respect for each other on court. We'll get some tweets and Instagram posts from each one, I'm sure, in the coming hours. Well, yesterday or last night, I loved a tweet from Carlos Alcaraz, which just showed an egg timer. Just like we all would be thinking, I just want to get on that court right now, really, rather than just keep waiting. Well, I'm sure he didn't want to be on the court for the first hour or so as he was getting, clearly outplayed by Jannik Sinner. Jannik Sinner's wait for a French Open title will have to go on. And Carlos Alcaraz may be waiting less than 48 hours for his day in the Parisian sun. What are your first thoughts on that match, Damien?
Yeah, great stuff. I mean, we eventually got that 4th set, the 5th set as well, when the quality was high from both. If we got just like the 4th set and 5th set, and that was the entire match, it really could have been something amazing. as it stands, it was actually still very good. I think it's a very memorable one. Obviously, we're gonna get a lot of Alcaraz Sinners over the years. So far, it still hasn't like dried out on me.
No.
It's not something that I dread yet. It's something that I'm actually super excited about. And how does this affect Sinner's number one ranking, Ghosty? It does not. Jannik is going to be number one regardless of the result of this event. And just overall, it was a really good showcase of Jannik starting better, Carlos a little tentative on that forehand. Then we have that tactical element of like Alcaraz trying to break him down, and it was scary for a moment for Jannik, but he survives the tricky part, especially in the beginning of the third set when he was still down physically. And after that, we just get a really good match from both, really, especially fourth and fifth. So I'm glad that we got it. It was definitely quite something. I'm not sure after watching it that this was actually the virtual final. Like, I think it what we saw today does add some intrigue along, ahead of Sunday as well. But all in all, obviously, any Alcaraz Sinner match that we have is huge narratively. Carlos now leads the head-to-head 6-4. He leads the clay head-to-head 2-1. It's definitely huge for him too, because as we said, I think at the beginning of the very beginning of the match, someone was commenting about that, maybe Ghosty, that like, let's imagine Alcaraz loses this match pretty easily, and then we have these thoughts like, how is he going to beat Sinner on grass or on a faster hardcourt then? But he does it just like in Indian Wells. So now we will also have more narratives and more storylines going into their next matches, possibly in faster conditions. And yeah, all in all, it's just still a phenomenal effort. They were both very nervous. They were both tired at various stages of the match, but it's still something that will sort of stick with Alcaraz, that win. And especially if he can claim it on Sunday as well. This will be one of his biggest wins ever. Along with the Djokovic final at Wimbledon.
Yeah, I mean, it's not quite backyard territory like the Philip Chatrier is for Rafa, or perhaps centre court is for either Novak or Roger. But yeah, there was a feeling that if Jannik can come and do it here, India Wells is the other one that springs to mind in terms of Carlos, and where he's probably going to have more chances against Jannik than others. If he starts making inroads here, and I guess he has made an inroad at least today, then I'm thinking of Roger and Rafa and how that matchup played out in the end of the sort of 2000s, when Rafa was getting close on the grass. And there obviously 2008 was a huge final for so many reasons, but it was also sort of a landmark win, if you like, in that respect. But Carlos has shut the door on that for now. As you say, 6-4 in the head-to-head. Officially on the website, of course, it will say 5-4. But was it a challenger or a youth match? Challenger, right? For the other
challenger
matches?
Juniors don't count.
Juniors don't count, yeah. But
juniors don't count, but it's a challenger, yeah.
Yeah. Carlos Alcaraz becomes the youngest.
Alicante challenger, and it was actually a huge story because Carlos was 15, Jannik was 17. So at the time it was already considered like a massive matchup. But yeah, the youngest player to make a slam final on all three surfaces, as we said earlier. Yeah, it's a pretty huge effort. Obviously, he hasn't lost the slam final yet either. He's won Wimbledon. He's won the US Open. Now it's time for Roland Garros.
I mean, you add I think 2 is pretty good, particularly when we think about Andy Murray in the first 4 or 5, and so many players. This is if Casper Ruud makes the final, he's been in 3 Grand Slam finals before and not won any of those 3. If Alexander Zverev makes the final, he's been in, that'll be his second, I believe, Grand Slam final, and he hasn't won the previous one. So it is really hard to win those first ones. And Alcaraz will say as well that he had one against Novak Djokovic on centre court at Wimbledon. So, sometimes you get your first one, but you're not playing one of the big 3. Well, okay. But then I can see the argument of how difficult it is if you keep running into the big 3. You can't really.
But you're playing Jannik Sinner, and by now we have to kind of move our standards. And maybe at the 2022 US Open, even though their match was so close, maybe Jannik didn't have that sort of position in the sport yet. Now he does. Like now, every single slam win is fantastic and every single one is worth a lot. But now if we have Jannik Sinner or Carlos Alcaraz beaten along the way, that's kind of what we're going to be aiming for from now on. And he's absolutely done it. And obviously, if you're someone like Carlos Alcaraz, like your year is pretty much about the slams. Like if you don't get a slam title, you don't care what you did in all the 1000s.
Well, you also need to get that slam, Damien, because of the argument that, or discussion is probably a slightly better word, that you, myself, and Jack were having on in different moments and not necessarily always in the same room together with regarding, Carlos Alcaraz winning slam. So if he wins on Sunday, that puts me back in we talked about Iga being on course of 14 and she probably needs to win like 5 out of 6. Carlos just needs to win 1 slam a year, and that 10 slams or more thing, is on course.
1 slam a year, and it's amazing. And if you don't, it's a pretty weird position, like for all these players. Honestly, I sometimes think about it, especially since we started doing the Iga and Carlos podcast with Vansh. Like I just start thinking about this, that basically if they don't win a slam, it's a failed year. Like regardless of what you do. So it's all about these 4 titles, all about these 4 potential titles. And of course, it's only a thing because we're talking about Świątek and Alcaraz and like that sort of talents, that sort of players. If we were doing a show on, I don't know, Botic van de Zandschulp and Marina Erakovic. Erakovic hasn't played in many years, but anyway, if we were doing a show on them, like of course that's not the case, but like in these instances, like they really only really have to care about this 1 slam title a year, sort of, to make it a success. If you get 2, it's already phenomenal. If you get 1, great. If you get none, oh my god, I failed. And it's a really tough position to be in. Has Carlos just secured his? I mean, obviously not yet, but he will be the favorite either way over Ruud or Zverev. And well, beating Sinner, it's huge as well, just for the context of their next matches in the rivalry.
I just saw the match point again, and it's impressive from both players given the magnitude of the point. But it's just impressive because, Jannik does most things right. He goes for the lines. He hits it with venom. Alcaraz deals with it pretty well. And then Alcaraz has a half chance. It's not much more than a half chance. But boy, does he take it. Now, to the casual observer, you'll just see a regular rally, and you'll see it end with for me, it's a definite forced error. And you go, okay, fine. But if you think about it, you think about the magnitude, you think about how difficult each shot is, and you think about each player just turning the screw, and you think about the risk that Carlos is taking. Maybe for him, of course, having match point up is a bit less of a risk, but I don't know. I just think that it didn't end in the same spectacular way that some of those points were ending at the end of the 4th set, but it was still very impressive from both players. Carlos saying you have to suffer to enjoy to suffer. That's the key, which sounds very Rafa-esque. Also, I'm just having a quick look at some mid-match moments when Sinner was also getting a bit of attention to what appears to be actually the hand rather than the hip, which has obviously been an ongoing concern of his. So there were some physical dips, but the match was just kind of a bit weird in some ways. Now I think we can look back on it as a bit more of a normal match that, one player was solid 1 set, one player was off 1 set, some little issues we touched upon with Jannik in the 2nd set, but that first 8 games, I know it included 1 break of serve, but it also could have been a bagel. It does show us, though, that, I mean, I think you mentioned Indian Wells, the first set that they had was very similar, right? And of course, Alcaraz went on to win that match. So maybe there's some comparisons there, albeit with a 3-setter.
Yeah, it was pretty similar, but I think in Indian Wells it was different, that it wasn't just like Carlos, like not lacking range on the forehand initially like he did today, but just getting blown off the court. I don't know if we ever really saw that sort of offense from Jannik. We did see it maybe in the 4th set, especially. He had some violent forehands cross, but especially by the 2nd set, he was just like kind of struggling to finish off any point, right? So it was a bit different, but obviously, like, in sort of a very basic way, it is similar. Yeah, that the 1st set is a bit of a blowout, but then he comes back, sort of finds a way to play this matchup better. I guess by the end of, like, by the 4th and 5th set, it maybe kind of went away from the tactics that won him the 2nd set today, but probably was forced to. But performance on serve, of course, went up for Alcaraz a lot in the 4th and 5th set. So I guess maybe we can say that it was a very similar match to Indian Wells, but because it's longer, at some point we just got even more new patterns and more twists and turns. And also, I mean, I still think that, like, if they were in, like, their best shape, and if they were coming off a phenomenal, clay swing and ideal preparation, this match probably wouldn't be as up and down, right?
No, it still could be equally exciting. But oh well, there we go. Carlos Alcaraz into his first French Open final, and as you said, I think whoever he plays in that final, he will be the favourite. We'll see how that second semi-final pans out. Nick will be joining us or joining the separate stream very shortly. I think I'll be there as well at times, and so does Jamie. So yeah, I think that's it. I think we've pretty much closed all the stories, and there's just one story left for Carlos Alcaraz to end, and that will be in just under 48 hours from now. We'll have both, of course, women's final tomorrow and men's final here on the channel. I think that's it. So I'm now going to play us out with the usual, let's do a friends of the show, followed by a reminder to like and subscribe. And we'll speak to you all very, very soon.
Ready? Play.
My name is Clara Towson, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom.
I am Francisca George, and I'm a friend of the show.
Perfect.
Hi, my name is Susan Leemans, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom. Yeah.
My name is Zainab Sammaz, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom.
Hey guys, my name is Sasha Vickery, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom.
Hi, my name is Lloyd Harris, and I'm a friend of the show.
Perfect.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Paolini, and I'm a friend of the show.
Wow, Jasmine, you got it in one time. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.